Brianna, I looked down. I said, did they say something? She said, males 10 minutes equals 25 minutes. Y'all know I got that other dog here, okay? I had to do something and I needed to take the dog out because Mariah has a puppy and y'all know she has that doodle, which is probably already at my knees. Girl, the dog, I know my neighbor was laughing at me. The dog almost made me fall this morning. It's just give me some grace, okay? I'm dealing with a big animal over here. But I think I already have the stream pulled up, guys. Okay. Switching from cash out. Now we're on Melly. This is day 7 of the YNW Melly first trial. If you are new here, hey Miracle. I was looking at the name like, is that my friend Miracle? Hey Miracle. So y'all know this trial is the rewatch of the first trial. His second trial, it looks like it's going to start on the 10th. The state, the defense, they keep trying to push it off, but it's going to start on the 10th. Okay. That's the judge Fiend said he does not care. It's going to start. Now, we've seen some hearings. We watched the hearing last week. Hey, Takia. We watched the hearing last night. I'm sorry, not last night. I'm sorry. I see my friends. I'm just laughing. We watched the hearing last week where Raven Liberty, they are required to turn over or let the defense at least let them know if they have any other, what do you call them, warrants for Raven Liberty. They have to dispose the information. And I think that's a win for the defense because I honestly think the state is just playing. I don't think they have anything worth charging her for. If they did, they would have charged her by now. They don't like Raven Liberty. They would have charged her by now. Oh, Destiny, yes, I can tell you. Give me just a minute because Bryson Boone Paul, he put something up. Hold up. Let me see, y'all. Let me find it real quick. Is my phone, baby, it's supposed to be on silent. He got a actual quote from Raven Liberty. Let me tell you what he said. Okay. They got a 30-day motion to stay or until the 4th District Court of Appeals makes their ruling. So Jordan S. Fiend, he told the prosecution. She said, however, as of today, July 19th, the trial will still begin on September 10th. The prosecution appealed. Oh, God. I forgot this part. Destiny. So thank you for asking. The prosecution appealed the turnover of Raven Liberty's search warrants. Raven quote, y'all, Raven said, what are they hiding? I want to know the same thing. Hey, Day. Hey, Dee, I want to know the same thing. Y'all, what are they hiding? Because I don't understand why they're fighting so hard. I don't know if you guys heard this. I'm going to read it again. The prosecution appealed the turnover of Raven Liberty's search warrants. They already don't want to give the affidavits. Okay, cool. But you guys don't even want to tell us what you've been searching? Hey, Tracy. Happy Monday. Hey, Carol. You don't even want to tell us what you've been searching. We don't even know what you're searching for, but we can't at least know what you've searched. And remember, the one that we found out about was way back December 2023. This is about 18 months. What are y'all looking for that you haven't found yet? Corruption. Erica, I can't believe you're on here. I thought you was out celebrating. My new stream people, Erica passed her real estate exam. We celebrate all wins over here. Promotions, children winning games, soccer games. It doesn't matter. We celebrate it over here, okay? Simply Style, we did watch the victim impact statements. You said that on the last stream. We watched them. If you go back in that stream that you were in, we watched them. My stream was actually behind because we went back to the beginning. So we saw them. We heard them being read. Even the mom who read her victim impact statement. Listen. Oh, Day, your birthday's coming up. My little sister's birthday is the 23rd. The 24th. I'm sorry, yours is 23rd. Hers is 24th. I really think they sing Vitra. You're not wrong when you're right. And a piece of me believes that is they've been strategizing off of that attorney-client privileged information. Jasmine, your baby's turning 4. I miss when my baby was that little. Like, I always say Mariah was just such a chill baby. She was the sweetest little baby. Oh my God. LJ, I don't even know if I could smile at the number 4. I don't know if I could smile because that boy was alive. Jesus, he's still alive right now. 4? I might need to go take an aspirin right now just thinking about him being 4. Oh, Lord, let me tell y'all. Yo. He was a boy, okay? He was a real boy. But when I tell you just all of the jumping and running that my nephew said the other day, he said he sometimes thought I was just immune to it. If he was like screaming and hollering, baby, you hear it so much. They'll be like, Mel, you don't hear that? Hear what? You get immune to it, okay? you get immune to it. So I'm going to start sharing my screen, guys. So this is the day. Alice, I think Alice is here. At least she was in the last stream. She may be working today, but she normally somewhere listening, okay? This is the day, Alice. Zach is not here yet, but Zach said that day 7, Danny Polo gets up there. Hey, Taylor. Danny Polo gets up there too. And Danny Polo is Barchi. He gets up there with his mask on. So I'm gonna start this. I knew you were in here, Alice. This is day 7. You said we needed to hear.
On his life. Because of that, he has always previously testified wearing things to conceal his identity would allow his eyes to be seen.
Okay, and I just want to make sure you guys know you didn't miss something. So this is the Lauren Crime stream. They were talking about the case, and I don't know, maybe some lines were crossed. When it comes on, this is where it comes on to. So we're not. Okay, there goes Zach. Yeah, so it's here. So I just want to make sure you guys know we're not missing anything. It came from their live coverage straight to here. So that's why we're at the back of Raven's head. Not Raven. This is Christine, and she's telling the judge why Danny Polo is going to be his identity will be concealed.
So the state is requesting for him to be able to wear that, to be able to hide things with his identity that aren't easily changeable, so as to protect his safety.
And that's the purpose that you gave me this case. It says something to that in here. I haven't read it.
No, that is on a different issue. That was provided to defense counsel as well yesterday. There's been a discussion as to if they were going to stipulate to a portion of what the state would have to prove, or if the state was going to have to be able to get into all of the other areas regarding the gang affiliations and the other crimes committed by other gang members, which is what the case I provided to Your Honor states. The state does have to prove multiple members and that they are also committed and engaging in criminal acts.
And what authority would I have? Was there some case law that was happened before?
For Detective Polo to testify as such? Yes. He has testified twice in Judge Usan's courtroom wearing this same headgear in the case of the state of Florida versus
No, I was asking if there was any public cases.
I have not seen any, Your Honor, on this specific issue. He testified before Judge Fine just last week, wearing the same headgear in State of Florida versus Scott Peterson. The other one is State of Florida versus Trayvon Newsom. There's 3 other co-defendants as well on that case.
Well, Judge, first of all, regarding that, I would like to see the outfit that he is supposedly going to wear to disguise himself. It's a violation of the Confrontation Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And the state should have, with all due respect, filed a motion giving us notice of that prior to bringing it up. Concerning that, there are several issues concerning that. And the Confrontation Clause deals with the demeanor of the witness.
Can I stop you for a second?
Huh?
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes,
Regarding this particular witness, did you take his deposition?
we did take this step.
And was he wearing a mask then or not?
Yes, sir.
He was, but
So let me stop. I'm just trying to figure out, is this the same type of mask that he's wore then he's going to wear now?
Yes, sir.
I think the court needs to see it because it covers his entire face other than his eyes. So the jury cannot see and observe his demeanor at all. At all.
I understand the court only wants to hear argument.
No, I was trying to figure, counsel said he wanted to see what it was.
I really want the court to see it.
That's why I want to know if he took his deposition, if he's wearing a mask during the deposition.
I just wanted to clarify 2 things. Mr. Ellenstein is making the argument. One is that the record is clear that none of the threats that this witness, that were referred to by the state concerning this witness, have anything to do with this defendant or this case. The other is to clarify that the state did not file a motion, but the state did give me notice yesterday evening. They raised.
So do y'all hear that? He also went to his deposition in the mask as well. Hey, Lexi! He went to the deposition in the mask too.
The fact that this issue would be raised.
If I may approach, this is a photograph from.
I'd ask that you print that out and mark it as an exhibit.
I can't print it in color in the courtroom. I'm happy that's a June 12th photo from the Broward County Courthouse where Detective Polo was testifying in a different case.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, can we approach the bench for a moment?
Sure.
Or at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th for 8 related individuals.
In terms of, as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a 3-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle material?
Yes, the results are at most 46. And this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, What verbal qualifier would you give the key is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant Jamell Demons in this case?
I did, yes.
And what was your conclusion in a 3-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Demons being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation.
Y'all, this is law and crime. Let me skip through this because I think he was excluded. This is law and crime talking again because it seems like they had to work out Danny Polo. Okay, here we go.
Have to include that the court has made a determination that balancing the interests of this defendant's constitutional right to confrontation is superseded by the media's right to be in the courtroom. And therefore, he's being allowed to testify in mass because those are the two interests that are being balanced. This defendant's constitutional right to confrontation and have the jury have an opportunity to discern the credibility of the witness versus the right of the media to have a camera in the courtroom. And so we would want that to be a component of any instruction that's given to the jury, and we'd like time to craft one because the court just ruled, and we'd like to come up with one proposal.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can we have some time?
Now, counsel, you ever something short and sweet? You know, you make a recommendation. I don't want this to go on for an hour. It's already 10:30.
I understand, sir, but this is extremely important. And we would ask for a 5-minute recess so we can fashion something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other jurors, 5 minutes. Yeah.
Now, I think by now we've all learned that these lawyers are making the record for appeal purposes. And what Melly's lawyer just said is that, okay, judge, so am I correct? Is it correct that you are going to violate my client's constitutional right to confront the witness because the media is here? So he's basically saying the judge is siding with this trial being streamed versus having Danny Polo get up here, cut the cameras off, go ahead and testify without his mask. You're going to allow this to happen. I think that was good. All right, let me make sure we miss nothing. Yes, okay. Eric, I don't know why they didn't just not show him, just like they do in other cases. Let him get up there with that damn mask on.
First of all, sorry for the delay. That's my fault. No one else is, and I apologize for that. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will be testifying wearing a mask. You are to listen and to view and weigh this evidence as you would any other witness. All right, is this your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Detective Danny Polo.
Sir, you want to stand up, raise your right hand, be sworn?
Yes, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm my testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Please state your full legal name for the record.
Danny Polo.
Please spell your first and last name for the closing court.
First name is D-A-N-N-Y. Last name P-O-L-O.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that microphone in front of you adjusts up or down, but not back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning, Detective Polo. How are you today?
Good morning. Well,
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. My name is Danny Polo.
Prior to working with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement background?
I worked for the City of Hollywood Police Department.
And how long did you work for the state of Hollywood?
Approximately 2 years.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office now?
Since 2015, so approximately 8 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what division or unit you were assigned to currently?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division.
What does Strategic Investigations Division, or SID for short, cover for the Sheriff's Office?
Within the Strategic Investigations Division, within SID, we have multiple county-wide units, such as major narcotics unit, organized crime unit, gang investigations unit, money laundering unit, internet crimes against children, joint terrorism task force, bomb squad.
So with regards to the SAD, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
So going to the gangs and organized crime unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the organized crime unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Let's just pause just a moment. and
We approach
listen.
very briefly.
Okay, Detective Polisar, we left off, you were talking about you've been in the gang and organized crime unit since 2018?
Yes, March 2018, I was transferred to the organized crime unit.
Prior to going to the organized crime unit, did you have a background in gang investigations?
Yes, I've been gang liaison for the city of Deerfield Beach since approximately, I'd say, the end of 2015.
And were you ever part of the multi-agency gang task force, or MAGTAF?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a countywide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way the Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up is different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district. Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the gang investigations unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD, the non-Broward Sheriff's Office districts.
And what are the investigational goals or aims of the multi-agency gang task force?
Gang reduction, reducing gang violence, reaching out to the youth and trying to stop it before it starts, and just gang investigations.
So for the last approximately 3 weeks, where have you been assigned?
I was just transferred locally to the money laundering task force.
And as part of the money laundering task force, do you still have an aspect of organized crime and gang violence that you focus on?
Yes, it all overlaps. The only difference is I'm not working the money laundering aspect of these criminal enterprises and gangs.
In terms of during your time from 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime and gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah,
More than 50?
Yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging and investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or statewide prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with the ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF would be the firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, or whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area, and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs, and once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is. That way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Phil, if we could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
So the national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So that most people see on TV, the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, they call them sets or lineups, in multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
So Detective Foley, you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. When you have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them and show that they are a group. And they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they're working together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs, but for the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, one 10 by 10 blocks of a neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because the gang might be very, very structured, or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing, and those gangs are a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources into dismantling this type of organization. Some of the more disorganized gangs, it's a little easier. You can go out there and find out, first of all, what crime they're committing, whether it's robberies, burglaries.
I need some time. I hate when stuff happens when I'm on stream, when I'm live streaming. Theo. Y'all know what's crazy? I absolutely love the Cosbys. And, I know Bill and his antics aside, his assault, his records aside, okay? That show meant so much to me. I loved it. Just when I grew up in a single parent household for the most part. So seeing the 2-parent household, these kids, how they were raised, a doctor, a lawyer for their mom and dad. I tried to watch the Cosbys recently, and it wasn't on Hulu, Netflix. I was about to pay for the season. I don't even remember what stopped me. Knowing me, I got sidetracked. But I was about to pay for the season just because I just love that show. Theo gone. Theo. That really makes me sad. Oh my God, y'all. That makes me so sad. I looked on TMZ too. It is there, and there are other novels. There are um other outlets reporting it as well. Theo, I mean, Theo still looked good. Look at him. T, say it again. An accidental drowning? This one be. Y'all, when I tell you, I'm hurt about that. Baby, what was the name of that shirt? Yeah, everybody knows the shirt. What was the name of the shirt? It's slipping me right now. That they made for him that time. Was it Gordon something? I know. Somebody on here knows the name of that shirt. I'm so sorry for people that are on here to watch the trial. Gordon, that's it. Gordon Gartrell, that's it. I'm going to pay for that episode specifically today, T. I'm going to pay for that episode today, guys. We need to find out what, and we can watch it on TikTok Live. But somebody's going to have to tell me what episode it is. And I'm going to pay for it, and we're going to watch it. Girl, hold on, y'all. Y'all, I got to tell my sister. I just know she don't know. I just know she does not know. Oh, God. Y'all, that shirt. Girl, oh my God. I just can't believe this. And how she texting me and won't answer the phone? She was just texting me. She'll have to call me back, girl. I can't believe this. Girl, I can't believe it. Okay, y'all. Let me Mirror, we got to do something, friend. Okay.
Narcotics trafficking, or just low-level narcotic sales, firearms trafficking, or firearms sales, and then if you're very disorganized, it's easy. You just work individuals instead of the entire organization. You just start picking off different individuals, get criminal charges on the people you can, identify who within these less organized gangs has the most, the stronger presence, because there's always someone who's not necessarily in charge, but the person that has the most respect. You start trying to dwindle it down so that the violence stops. That's the main concern, is violence.
So Detective Polo, what training and education do you have in the area of gang and gang organization?
At this point, I think I'm probably upwards of 500 hours of just specialized training in gangs, organized crime and money laundering. Like I said, it all kind of intersects. These are trainings that come all over the state.
Do you have any certifications in the area of gang investigations and specialists?
So I have a advanced gang specialist certification from the Florida Gang Investigators Association, and I have a gang specialist certification from the National Gang Academy.
Can you explain how you are certified and what requirements you have to pass before you can be certified by the Florida Gang Investigators Association?
Every year, the Florida Gang Investigators Association holds conferences. During this week-long conference, they put on a multitude of classes. They bring in either reformed gang members or gang members that are currently in custody. We You can do interviews with them. They'll teach you about what it was like for them to join these different types of gangs, why they join these different types of gangs, the risk factors for the youth, how they think, the gang mentality, so that way we can better understand how to approach gang members when we're working with them. Because a lot of times we're not just arresting them, we're also trying to, in a way, befriend them so that they maybe understand they need to stop doing what they're doing because they're either going to end up dead or in jail, and neither one is good for anyone.
So you mentioned that you've done the training. What about in terms of hands-on investigative experience? Can you list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different specific gang organizations you have investigated?
So, for most people in the general public wouldn't realize it, but Broward County and many cities and counties have huge gang problems. They just operate under the radar. Broward County has almost every gang you can think of, from the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Sir 13, which is a Hispanic gang that originated on the West Coast, Norteños, another Hispanic gang, outlaw motorcycle gangs, different gangs within the outlaw motorcycle gangs, not just one specific group.
Have you investigated, for example, white supremacy groups as a gang or organized crime?
White supremacy groups, yes. I mean, they operate way under the radar. They try to. They're strange groups.
So you mentioned Bloods, and that's what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Personally, how many Blood gang-related investigations have you done?
Specific investigations or suspects?
Suspects, sorry.
This last year, probably over 30.
430?
No, over 30.
Over 30. Oh,
Just maybe this last year.
and that's just in 2022?
Yes.
Have you ever testified in court on the subject of gangs and gang violence?
Yes, I testified in both the state and federal court.
Approximately how many times?
Maybe 6 times.
In terms of the sources of knowledge on gangs, you mentioned a couple at the conference, the interviews with documented gang members. Could you tell us a little bit more about those type of interviews and the different types that are out there?
So, as gang investigators, we gain this knowledge not just through doing search warrants and finding documents that these gang members or these gangs generate. They create documents with their creeds, their codes, their oaths, the rules, bylaws, all that. So there's a lot to learn from that because it's written documents that they pass on from member to member. Because like every organization has rules, right? The sheriff's office has rules. You work for Publix has rules. They have a code of conduct. They have a way you have to dress. They have appearance guidelines. It's the same thing with gangs. It's no different. The national gangs have that a lot more structured. Some of these, we call them Bibles, gang Bibles. They are very lengthy. Some can be over 100 pages. So we learned a lot from those. The other side is interviewing and speaking with gang members. Sometimes it's gang members that we interview because they decide to cooperate with law enforcement to avoid either being prosecuted or to get a lesser sentence. So they're working on charges. Sometimes we interview gang members on an arrest. They don't want to cooperate with law enforcement. They don't want to reduce their charges. They don't care. They're okay with going to jail or seeing how the legal system works out. And, if you build a good enough rapport with them, which is the main goal, speak kindly to everyone, just be polite, treat everyone like a human being. I've had great success in interviewing many, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many gang members.
Can you explain what is a field interview or FI? card?
Field interview is it's done commonly in the field. You approach someone on the street, maybe they committed a traffic infraction, some kind of infraction, you make contact with them, or it could be consensual, you just see someone you want to talk to, approach them, talk to them. If they don't want to talk to you, walk away, that's fine. But like I said, if you treat people with respect, most of the time they'll talk to you.
When
Because
you're
they have
doing
no
it-
reason to ask.
When you're doing a field interview, what types of data are you collecting or aggregating at that point?
The first thing I do if I'm talking to someone is as I'm gathering their information, if they decide to give me their information. You know, there's times that people will decide to talk to you, but they won't give you their name, and that's fine. But I'll be looking at their person, at their body, to see if they have any tattoos, if they're wearing any specific colors, especially if I know that they belong to a specific gang. So if I see a member of a neighborhood street gang that wears military colors, right, camouflage, then and I see the person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear, and I decide to make contact with them, and they decide to talk to me, then I'll start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with camouflage colors, or he's wearing a belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand, all those things are things.
Now, see, this is what bothers me, because all of a sudden he is a body language expert. He said if they don't talk too much, sometimes the way they dress, they stand, the way they act will tell me a lot. Okay.
You mentioned some times people would testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, we review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments and indictments on the federal side and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they were investigated. And we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county or different parts of the state. Because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city or every county or every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are that.
So with regard to, you also mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretaps. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how you use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts, they're involved in criminal activity. And once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using their phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting a wire intercept application. It's a very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing. How you see on TV where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this gang. So you can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance wasn't possible. Because let's say on a gang case, the neighborhood is controlled by the gang. You can't do surveillance in these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in or drive in, they'll know your car doesn't belong and you'll get approached. Many times that's happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You pick a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then we try to cover 24 hours a day of communications, where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or gets a phone call, you are getting that phone call too. You're listening to it. You're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and they start talking about, the basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, then you stop listening. It's called minimizing. You turn off the call and you follow the rules of minimization. So you spot check the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this many minutes here, this many minutes there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time. The rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, and you continue to listen for the amount of time that they're.
So, Detective Polo, for wiretaps, how many hours do you think, can you tell the jury, you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretaps?
Hundreds, if not 1,000, maybe more.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang has every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations that aren't gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. And with gangs, in these Bibles, they sometimes put their codes, and it's easier to identify certain what certain things mean. So they might be speaking in slang, but we know what they're saying because we either have basically a dictionary that they've created that we already have in our possession. Context, you start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so then a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity as a gang member to conduct search warrants and see some of these printed materials?
Yes.
Could you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes, every couple of years, they'll revamp their books of knowledge. And they'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of the rules. The original history with books of knowledge is going to remain the same, right? You can't change the date the organization or the game was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that in your Bible, but you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now, they're not. Now you have white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang. That used to just be a black-only gang or a white-only gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are
Okay, so you mentioned sometimes it's seized through email accounts and search warrants on that. Mm-hmm. What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, and it's let's say a gang member's cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it basically, and then we can go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can go through the entire phone, sometimes just specific things that you're looking for. And in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it'll contain photographs of these books of knowledge, because that's how they're also setting into each other. You need to learn this oath, here's a picture of my knowledge. Or it's just communication back and forth, just texting each other and explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you on your knowledge. And if you don't know your knowledge on these national gangs, there's usually some repercussions. Maybe early on in the game when you're brand new, take it a little easier on you.
The problem I'm having with Danny Polo's testimony is all of this background. I feel like I'm getting lost in it. And I'm not on camera, but I'm listening. I feel like I'm getting lost in all of this information. I want to know what background he has dealing with Melly's specific gang. What is your connection? And I know she's going to get there, but I feel like she's taking too long to get there. He's a damn gang expert. We get it. He's going to take some classes. He's going to be certified as an expert. He's going to go somewhere in LA for a week, and then he's going to come back an expert. I get it, but I need to know, how is he tied to this case, and specifically what experience does he have with the gang that you're alleging that Melly is in? I think it's getting lost. Yeah, okay, Lexi, it's you too. Okay, I think he's getting lost. Then he's not speaking loud enough. He's not speaking loud enough. That's a problem for me too.
But as time progresses, the more time you spend in these games, you're expected to know these things off the top of your head, and you can't mess up.
So when you say things you're supposed to know off the top of your head, are there questions and required responses?
Yeah, so that's something that a lot of games do. It almost feels like they all kind of copy each other. There will be greetings, and the greeting has a specific response. And the purpose of that is to know if someone is really a member of this gang. So a lot of times gangs have national gatherings where they'll host a large event for all the gang members in the country. Whoever wants to come, to just come, meet, socialize, and network with other members of this organization. So as an example, there's a Bloods gang, Blood set called 5-9 Brims. They host their national day on May 9th, because May is the 5th month. They're the 5-9 Brims. So May 9th, 5-9, it's all symbolic, right? So they'll meet up, and they'll usually go on videos, on live streams, and post up these events, and just everyone's wearing their colors, and you'll hear a lot of the language, you'll hear a lot of the slang, and that's another way that we pick up on how these gangs operate.
So Detective Polo, you're telling this juror that people go and put criminal gang activity online.
Well, the criminal gang activity would be the crimes. They're not, maybe sometimes they post up the crimes on YouTube to show that they're strong, or to instill fear in neighborhoods. But sometimes they're just showing their presence. Hey, we're here, this is who we are, this is what we wear, and don't forget that we're here. They're not necessarily doing anything illegal in those videos, they're just, it's a gathering.
Is it illegal to be a member of a gang?
No.
How would you differentiate a criminal street gang versus the sheriff's office? Y'all wear the same uniform, you have a hierarchy at the sheriff's office. How would you differentiate that from a criminal street gang?
So the definition per the statute, Florida state statute, and most of the statutes across the country read the same. It's a group of 3 or more persons with common signs, symbols, colors, identifiers, who are, as the primary activity, are engaged in criminal activity. So the key word is, as part of their primary activities, they are conducting criminal activities. Doesn't mean all their activities are criminal activities, but a good portion of them are.
So to going back to a little bit more of your training and experience, you mentioned about the conferences and trainings that you've done. Approximately how many of those have you attended while you've been in the gang unit?
I think my first conference was in 2016. I've attended every conference since then. The next conference is this August. I'll be attending the national conference in Chicago. I'll be teaching courses at that conference.
Can anyone sign up for that conference?
People in the field, prosecutors, attorneys, law enforcement, corrections officers, victim advocates, youth counselors.
So how many times have you taught at those types of conferences in the past?
This will be my first time teaching at the conference. I teach at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. We teach the new recruits, the new deputies that are coming in. We teach them about the gangs that we have in Broward County so that they're not oblivious to what's going on around them. We'll show them a map of which gangs operate in which areas, what to look out for, hand signs, identifiers, tattoos. So that's something we teach to our recruits. We teach, I taught at the Broward College at the Police Academy, where we taught the school resource officers, because gang involvement begins at a very young age for the most part. Most gang members join their gangs at early ages, 11, 12, 13, recruited very young. So school resource officers need to know what to look for so they can stop juvenile gangs from forming, because a lot of times these juvenile gangs that are starting in a school will then expand and join the larger neighborhood gangs or national gangs, and then that's when you start having problems, because the juvenile gang members have something to prove, and they usually get a little more violence.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, the leaders and the founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves against another gang, or whether it was just unified based on race or based on location, geographical gangs. We have that here in South Florida. So this is all publicly available, and it's national leaders and national founders of these gangs that are putting out these videos, as well as just regular gang members on the street that are not of any special rank. They post up videos. If they find out someone is claiming to be a blood or a crip and they're not, they'll confront them on social media to get views. And some of these confrontations turn into physical assaults. People get called out for being for false flagging. That's what they call it, false flagging, or just pretending to be, claiming to be part of a gang that they're not.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we haven't yet discussed is the undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them in pretty much almost any gangs. So some gangs are a little trickier than others based off what the requirements are. Obviously, very organized gangs do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Broward Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. We've actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's we can't say those names, but.
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the Bloods, the Crips, as well as like the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation?
Yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs have been infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are blood gang members. And their undercover lives.
Do they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime and Gang Task Force?
That's the best part about those investigations, is that it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking their word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. The next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything it's organizational. So you're going to meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not at an age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing he should have known. How did he mess that one up? And that we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we gain from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing.
What's bothering me is that you want me to believe Pookie, that's in the blood gang, that sits in front of the sit-go every week, is sending emails about the said gang. He is laughing. He's laughed quite a few times, Feature. He is laughing.
Keep us.
Here, I'm just going to tender for defense to go out there in the area of expertise and gang knowledge. And
Thank you. Council, before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Research your opinion, don't hedge on it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Of being robbed.
Oh, they arguing. Okay, hold up.
In order.
You talk to the state about anything?
no, not yet.
No, I know the state's okay with the first one, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So
Now listen, that's a great question. If I'm on the jury, you want to know the same thing. Am I safe? I need to see him. I can't see his face. He's going to remember that I was on this jury because he can see my face, but I can't see him. And she's talking about we need context. The damn note says, why does he get to see me and I don't get to see him? What more context do you need?
I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is, the second message, I have that the juror sent over, where she asked for a enrollment. But, so the record's clear, it says, I need enrollment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed, and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel.
Sure.
And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand. But
That's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And, if she just needs a moment, they would just, send them to lunch an hour.
Make him take the mask off.
Not worry about it, but I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You answer all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that, but it can't be gangs, because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury.
What is up with Judge Murphy?
But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, consider him like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why.
Don't film them.
That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Adelstein's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Demons, Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert or a witness who could have been, and when they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be that we take the break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we'd ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
if you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way
That's what it
the
sounds
way
like.
it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So,
But it seems like it.
the second issue that you had is having the witness, and it was a testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living. And I made my decision based on that because this is being live streamed. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it, and I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. We'll take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch, and when she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do. We proceed. Just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the juror to come back at let's say 1:15. All right, or 1:30. Say 1:30. All right. Give her a chance to relax, and jurors back at 1:30. Okay.
So Erica, what she said was she witnessed a robbery, and the person was wearing a mask similar to his, and it's causing her to have anxiety. I like that Judge Murphy is kind of like, listen, okay, this is what this young lady. No. I like that Judge Murphy is telling. What's his name? Howard. He's telling Howard, I'm not trying to let the media supersede your client's constitutional rights. I like that he cleared that up because that's what it seemed like to me. He said, no, I spoke with the witness. The witness says that he is in fear of his safety and his family's safety. And based on that, I'm allowing him to wear the mask. I like that he cleared that up because it was really feeling like you're siding with the media being in the courtroom versus its constitutional rights. And he's saying, listen, I'm not trying to violate any rights. I am just saying that this man is saying that he is in fear for his life and his family's life. This is his job. He does this on a daily basis. And based upon that, I ruled that he could testify in the mask. But I am open to speaking to him. I'm also open to speaking to both sides and seeing how we can come to some type of compromise moving forward. I can rock with Judge Murphy for that. Okay, so this is them on break.
So what I did was,
how come they start out with young Sakchaser Howard? I thought I was advised previously that was not Mr. Demons, that he had a different name or something along those lines.
he does, Your Honor. So that is a remnant from Celebrate. I don't know why it does that on there. That's something defense can argue. But what I can show, Your Honor, is on the phone itself. And these are approximately 300 images that I was able to put together in about 15 minutes. There are some that will only show on
Here's
the computer here because it has the specific codec that is required. But in each of these images, there are 300 of them that I can go through that show the defendant face to face with his mother, with his grandmother, and I can go through them individually and show that they are on and from the device itself. So the report that's up on the screen now, Your Honor, will show that sometimes images are sent to the defendant. For example, this picture here, which is the photograph of the defendant and his mother. That was an attachment that was sent to that particular phone. Now, that to be contrasted with for example,
You gotta give Christine that. Christine needs this phone.
this image here, which is showing a file path of the actual phone itself. This is DCIM 100 Apple. This is being taken on an Apple iPhone XS Max, which is the phone that the defendant was using, that is attached to that 772-713-9807. So in total, Your Honor, this is just 300 of about, there's 10,000 images on the phone in total, and this isn't even talking about any of the videos, of which there are many videos on there that also show the defendant on that. You have photos of the defendant, for example, I'm trying to for the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing a FaceTime. For example, this one right here, if it ends in .png, Your Honor, that is indicative and can be testified to that is a screenshot. When an iPhone takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png.
I'm going to say this. In my heart of hearts, I think the phone is his. I know that's that boy's phone. But I also can understand that other people may have passed around a phone too. The problem that Christine is having is trying to pinpoint who had that phone when all of this happened. It's hard when you got people who will pick up y'all sharing phones, or if Melly has multiple phones. It's just hard to say whose phone, who had possession of the phone at the time that this happened. I do think the phones was his. Was it his the day it happened? I don't know, because the defense attorney said the phone would come up in Zach's name sometimes. That it was in Jamie's name. Melly was using the phone. It's just it's too much going on. I don't know who had possession of the phone at the time all of this occurred.
PNG format. So that's what we have here. In this one, we have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the larger one. So here's another example of that, and this also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or a CDR. Here's yet another one.
Just Murphy said, baby, sit down. I've already told you we are not assigning that phone to that young man. He said, here we go again with this.
Of the defendant. And this is also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the
court. I don't think this is cell data. I think that was Judge Murphy. I think she is just still trying to attach this number to Melly. Here's the thing. If you are the state, you need for the jury to hear his name with that number, because all of your cell data is around this phone, right? You don't need to think that he has multiple phones or that people are using them. I don't even think she needs to go this far, because if that phone was used after he went to jail, somehow the phone was at the crime scene and also with him after it happened. Put 2 and 2 together, you're going to get 4. Okay? I think it was his phone. I believe he was at the scene. Did he commit the murders? I can't tell you that because I hadn't seen anything that would lead me to believe he did that. Yet, we're on day 7. But I do believe that was his phone, and I do believe he was at the scene. I don't know why she's fighting so hard when the judge has told you he's not going to do it.
records custodian testified to and are in evidence. So that is just one example. And I have the full printout of what I just showed. of the 59 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well to show for Donna on that. There's more, counsel. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal or?
I'm sorry, what is, this is a different.
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to Your Honor.
These,
Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it was came to the device as something sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
and how about at or about the time of the murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone.
See?
And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have
Terry, that could be true.
conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate the result on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as.
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance
Thank you.
of each.
She's gonna, counsel's gonna proceed with her
Okay.
argument and her thing, and you'll get a chance to speak.
Thank you.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, Sakchaser, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not Sak that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on.
And here's the problem she has. There may not be Sak texting at that particular time, but if they're all, if you throwing the phone, passing that phone around so many times, hell, it could have been Sak, and we just don't know it. That's the lure of this phone, and why I feel like she struggled to really attach it to him. In my heart of hearts, I do believe it's his, right? But I also believe other people had access to it. And what does that mean? Other people could have sent text messages. It could be a possibility. It's a possibility.
And we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and talking about how, I don't know what all going on. He's making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And
Sorry,
then,
hold on one second.
sure,
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course.
Fast.
sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to the reply is you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit. Ain't nobody tell you to text her. She minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That Jamell Demons' mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of the homicide, in which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire phone? This does not go to the heart of her objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Yeah.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, Ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is Jamell Demons' phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that showed November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that as the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sends a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items
in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that, Council?
That one is September 28th of 2018.
That was
That
before
shows
all
that the
this
defendant has
happened.
previously been to the studio
It's a
and
month
knows
before.
that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license on this phone. And some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamell Demons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all of the call detail records and all of the mapping that was done and put in yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime. Then it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas's phone goes to the hospital, and that is what is consistent with that. And
Let me just say this for those of us watching for the first time, because I know I got a lot of people who are in and out. This is a piece of the evidence that I can say. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not about to argue with you. I'm not about to argue with you. I'm just not going to do it. He was at the crime scene. He was at the crime scene. No, cell phone evidence can't pinpoint the exact location. We all know that, right? But what we also know that it can tell you about where the phone is. He was too close to the location. He for sure was not where that red Jeep was. Because remember, they were saying he could have been there. I would have bought that story if not for the cell phone evidence, because there's no way that cell phone could have been in that vehicle and somehow he got the cell phone back, and now the cell phone is. There's no way he could have done all of that. No, there's no way it could have done all that. He was at that crime scene. Did he commit the murders? I don't know. This is day 7. Maybe that's going to come to light. But what I can say, I personally, Melanie, I'm not speaking for anyone in the chat. Melanie believes he was at the crime scene. Why do you believe that, Melanie? 1, he got in the car. They have proved to me, in my opinion, beyond a reasonable doubt, he was at the crime scene. He got in the car from the studio. His cell phone data puts him on or near all of the other young men, except Courtland, who didn't have a phone. At some point, when they're going to the hospital, his phone is going another way. He was like, I feel that it has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he was at the crime scene. What happened at the crime scene, now that right there is different. Was his DNA planted? I don't know, but I do know that they had years to get his DNA. They never got it. They got it 3 weeks into the trial. That's fishy to me. But I do believe they have proved that he was at the crime scene. That's as far as I can go right now. Alice says they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt he killed those men. You might be right. And Vitra, here's the thing here. Vitra says, yes, it is just he cleaned up good and they can't prove he killed them. Did he clean up good, or could he really be innocent? I just can't believe that an 18-year-old boy, 18, 19-year-old boy could have cleaned up a crime scene so good that you can't even put him, well, they put him there with the cell phone evidence, but damn it, we can't even put him in the car for real. Like, that's the problem. We can't really put him, we saw him get in the car. Like, none of us are crazy. We saw the boy get in the car. But damn, the evidence can barely put him in the car. It could barely put him in the car. Then we got the cell phone. That man was at the crime scene. That's the one thing I can say. That's just the one thing. We're on day 7, but he was at the crime scene. That's all I can tell you.
Recovered at that location.
And counsel, I don't understand this celebrate, why that would put a different name on the text messages.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone, and for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on a other social media account, that could put that name on there. However, it is who was using the phone at the time that is important. And so this, and all of the information and everything on these show that it was the defendant. And by the defense suggesting it was not, that makes even more items relevant to show. For example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature that were shown of the defendant. The contention that someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people.
Hold on, time out. Danielle just brought up something. She said, but do y'all remember when Sprinkle said that the phone bounces off and uses other towers when it's overloaded? Yes, ma'am. But Danielle, in this case, it's important for us to remember, if Melly's phone, it's just not a coincidence to me that Melly's phone was pinging on or near the very same towers as Sack and Juvy's phone. If you want me to believe he wasn't there, I would have needed his phone to ping near that Jeep, that red Jeep. But as you can see, his attorneys know they can't go look for those towers because his phone will not ping near the red Jeep. Asking the question, I'm almost mad that they insulted my intelligence by saying, could you see in the car? Could you see in the back seat? Do we know if he was back there? I'm insulted because you all have no evidence to prove he was back there. Why wasn't his cell phone, first of all, if he's up, why wasn't his phone pinging off of those towers? So for me, it's the towers, right? This is why I believe he was at the crime scene. He got into that car with those young men. We have video evidence of that. There's no video evidence of him getting out of that car. 2, the cell phone data. No, it's not going to pinpoint an exact location, but he should not have been that close as sometimes bouncing off the same tower as Sack's phone. The same tower. I think there were 2 or 3 instances where it was the same tower that was catching his phone, right? So we have that. 3, I don't care what anybody says, that FaceTime call happened. Felicia Holmes, she saw a FaceTime call. She saw a FaceTime call. So that's where I am. He was at the crime scene. You can't convince me that he was not at that crime scene. If he had 2 phones, you could have got me there. If Melly had 2 phones. But they have, so far, this is day 7, we don't have any proof that he had another phone that he had with him. And the fact that this phone, the 9870 number, the fact that after the murders he still had that phone, that's a problem for me. That's a problem for me. So let's see. Day 7. But again, you can't convince Melanie that he was not there. You can't convince me he wasn't there.
Is absolutely ridiculous. So just the conversations that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant, and those are in there, with other people in which he is acknowledging interaction with them and the contents of the photos. Those individuals are the ones that are identified as the gang members that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
Defense. Yes, sir. Thank you.
What we have said, which is the gravamen of our objection, is that this phone was used by others as well. First question the court put to the state was, how come it says Sakchaser Howard? I was told that was the nickname of one of the decedents. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough.
It's not.
The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know if you, on Celebrite, it might capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses the phone, ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she is offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever, would run in direct contravention of this notion that he used the phone exclusively. So the state is conceding by its very contention that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got there. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone in that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Miss Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media accounts and what have you are being accessed by Mr. Demons, how come the multitude of times that he has accessed these accounts did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone? Again, our contention is not that the phone was never used by Mr. Demons. It's that it was not exclusively used by Mr. Demons. So the state wants to show that Mr. Demons used it, and they put up a screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top corner. That particular call, the state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number that is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that account. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that phone authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and if the court notes, I mean, I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. It's not all of them. And some of the photos that were displayed for the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Did somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity? Did somebody else take the picture because he was a friend? Did somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out? That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish. As a matter of fact, it puts the phone in somebody else's hand at the very moment that picture is being taken. So the question becomes, what is admissible? The state, if what is clear, is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate. I can prove that he had his phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sakchaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously I just told you I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly been used by others, which she said is why Sakchaser Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got Sakchaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it, and every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. It doesn't make sense, and even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. If I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges, if they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So what we're doing is inviting error when we say, okay, we can prove some things. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to admit, but we want you to extrapolate and infer that since this phone was in Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a lot of points, then we get to put in everything and call it his conversations. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was tracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was tracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is an inference they're making. It's an argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for the evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked anywhere. And, Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever been in. Instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without a witness. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, or the purported gang conversations that the state wishes to admit through this witness. If this witness can establish them, or if the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demons or out of his fingers in a text, then they're admissible. Otherwise, they are not. And they're hearsay.
So in addition, Your Honor, I'd point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile include the IMEI phone number and the MSDN, which is the identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demons, including, not limited to, what this defense has also been provided, which were all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant, on October 29th of 2018, then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced into evidence, the extraction of that, and brought over all the data from the prior phone he was using on the night of the incident, which is the one that was tracked. And that is able to be seen through all of the data, and that is clear from the records from T-Mobile as well as from Apple, and those are items that are admissible as business records and are not hearsay, as we have previously discussed. And that's what I have up on the screen now, so Your Honor can see the fact that the iPhone, and specifically, when I scroll over, goes back to Jamell Demons, YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, and goes forward and gives an address in Vero Beach, Florida, which is consistent with what is on his numerous driver's license transcripts, which have been put into evidence. And there it goes through and shows all of the phone numbers and everything else for the defendant.
Your Honor, let me just add this briefly. There is evidence that Mr. Demons lived in the same house as several other people. Identifying an address means nothing. The state, I think, mentioned that in its opening. Several people lived in that house. An address means nothing. Secondly, if I want to set a motion on this court's calendar and they show that I called chambers, it doesn't mean I spoke to the judge. I spoke to your courtroom deputy, maybe, or secretary. Artists get bookings by their manager, the person from whom this phone was obtained. Saying that it says YNW Melly booking is proof, or at least a suggestion, that it was used by somebody who books on behalf of the artist. Artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. If there was a transcript of a proceeding that took place in this courtroom 7 months ago, and it didn't say who was speaking, coming in here and saying that here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of this, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can tie to him. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies a speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is the defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation so that the jury knows that when you show me this and tell me and get up there in closing and say, he said this, we know he said it. And it can't be because we have a FaceTime of him and his little brother months before. Each individual conversation needs to be, the foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can't, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
A couple things, Counsel. Number one is I don't have any evidence before me that the phone is being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that, and what the state's indicating to me and what she's just proffered are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand And I still don't understand, there's some, how young Chaser Howard is on that.
Let me say something. Judge Murphy is correct. Through all of this time, she has not given the defense has not provided evidence of anyone else using the phone. They've told us other people use the phone, right? They told us about it popping up in Sack's name. They told us about Jamie King, but we have not had any evidence or heard any evidence that other people were using the phone. That is correct, Judge Murphy. Judge Murphy's better than me. That is correct. They've only just kind of given us, oh, it's in Sack's name. Jamie King, the phone is in her name, but it shows up Sakchaser. But we don't have any evidence of someone actually using the phone. That's okay, Judge. All right.
And to be candidly, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone, is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother, and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Demons was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that, as well as the subscriber information showed that the mother, is listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes, but it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that this is Mr. Demons' phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed, and just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those 2 messages?
While we bring her out, can I just say this? Yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not booting up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. So the court said there's no evidence that it was being used by others. That's evidence.
That's after he went to jail, though.
I understand, but you said you didn't. I'm just letting you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not exist.
Now, I like Howard, but Howard really just played right there. You know what that judge means. That judge means that while Melly was free, of course somebody going to be using the phone while he going to jail. But while he was free, there was no evidence of anyone else using that phone. Attorney Howard knew, but it's a great attorney to still try to argue it. You knew.
The jury.
And Judge Murphy said he does not have time for the BS. Okay, they're on a break. He's so over this case. He did try it, Alice. You got to give him credit.
Detective, you previously placed on the road to remain on the road. Detective Polo, you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, this is ended. I was offering if they want to go daughter the witness in any area of his expertise.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
You've seen my case before.
Yes, sir.
It was on February 17, 2022. You recall?
Objection, Your Honor. It's my non-responsive.
Sustained.
What was the objection?
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Did I take your debt?
Yes, sir.
What date did I take your debt?
I don't remember the exact answer. Here.
If I show you a copy of the transcript, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do you have all forms? Mr. Hall?
I'm referring to this.
Okay, which one is that? So I can remember. If counsel is okay to show me.
The date I mentioned, February 17, 2022.
don't have a copy.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir, thank you.
And on that date, you were asked, I'm not sure if I did the question, whether or not you had ever been declared an expert in any proceeding.
Correct.
And had you?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Okay, so your expertise, or at least there's no court that had acknowledged your expertise up until February 17th of 2022.
That I can recall.
Are you contending that you were an expert before that?
Has the court declared me an expert? Is that what you're asking?
Well, we know you didn't. You said
Oh.
no.
All right.
Okay.
Can you clarify the question?
Okay, let's strike that. I think we can. You were asked about your training and education just now by Ms. Bradley,
Yes, sir.
and you said 500 hours of specialized training
Yes.
in the area of gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. It's all the same.
It interconnects when you're working a game case.
Okay. Of that 500 hours, how much was money laundering?
I'd have to go through all my certificates and subtract a couple hours here and there. The bulk of it is gang investigations and organized crime investigations, which are one and the same, basically.
Okay. So you're not saying that money laundering is one and the same as gang training. You're
No,
saying
sir.
it's not.
I'm not saying this.
Okay, but that's included in your 500 hours, right?
Yeah, a couple hours out of that are money laundering, specific money laundering. Maybe if you want me to take a guess.
I don't want you to guess anything,
Okay, then
but you can't tell us, as you said.
I can give you an estimate.
And can you tell us how much of your training was actually gang related?
The majority of it, bulk of it.
How much? Time-wise? Do
The
you
exact
know?
hours, over 400 hours.
Over 400.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 400 was gang. And you have certifications that indicate that.
Yes,
Did you bring them with you?
no, sir.
And you were telling us that you also have a certification from an association of some sort. What's the name of that association?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
Is that a law enforcement exclusive organization?
I think, do you mean, do people other than law enforcement go to those trainings?
No, I mean, can someone other than a law enforcement officer get certified as a Florida gang by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
Yes, sir.
You know of that happening?
Yeah, prosecutors, other attorneys that go to the conferences, victims and victim advocates, they all go to these trainings.
I'm asking if they can get certified.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying prosecutors can?
Yes.
And police officers can?
Yes.
You're saying defense attorneys can?
I don't see why not. I'm not sure if they would bar a defense attorney from going to the training. I haven't seen that in their website.
Okay, but you can't tell us that.
No, I can't, sir.
And when you said other attorneys, then you mean civil attorneys?
Yeah, attorneys like the attorneys that represent the victims in certain crimes. I'm not sure what they fall under.
Okay, and you're representing that civil attorneys that represent victims in crimes can get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association.
They can take the trainings, yes, sir. And then the trainings result in getting your certificates.
Okay. And how many hours do you need of training to get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
The exact hours, I'm not sure of, sir. They put on basic courses and they put on intermediate courses, they put on advanced courses. You take them, you get certificates for those, and then they put specialized courses on.
And again, this is my issue with Danny Polo. My issue with him is, I'm not sure. I don't know. All of these, he does not give expert. And you know, if you've watched trials with me, I hate experts who are not confident in what they're saying or what they're presenting to us. I just
On specific gangs. You do all those as well. So exactly the amount of hours I don't know exactly the amount of hours, sir.
How many hours did you go train or get instructed with the Florida Gang Investigation Association before you got certified?
Close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay. And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a 8-week-long gang specialist course that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy, a training company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company. They provide training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instructions? What is their responsibility?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run the.
And this the bullshit I'm talking about. So we're just out here being certified for by people, and you don't even know their experience. He said the person who runs the company, I don't really know his experience. You know, I have to look at his bio. You didn't look at that shit before you took the class? We just credibility's gone with me for Danny Polo. I'm sorry.
The organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching in gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but where I was asking about the academy, you don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential you.
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials this person had.
Okay.
I don't recall. He
And
does not know.
were they gang members?
No.
Okay. So it was some other people who professed to have expertise then conferring certification upon you.
They're putting you through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to. It's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams. There's videos.
Brianna, I'm going to agree with you. Brianna said she said, I've gotten certs. I don't remember nothing about the teacher. So for me, that's not a negative. Brianna, you are not testifying to put people away in jail. That's not what you're doing. When you are going to take these certs, it does not have the same consequences that he's going to have. And I just feel like if he is up here saying that he's an expert and he can expertly tell me why this person is in a gang and why this happens, even if he doesn't know the teacher's name, damn it, you don't know the company that you went through. It's given. I got online, typed in, I need a gang class. And this is the cheapest thing that popped up. That's my issue with him. Oh, that's my problem with him.
There's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, eight weeks, you said?
8 weeks, sir.
And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are
tell you anything.
gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay, let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Well, the gang members that are in custody,
Yes, sir.
some of them are trying to work off their time?
Some.
Okay, let's start with that.
Mhm.
Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I know you don't want to,
Yeah.
but you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expression.
Overrule this word.
When I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, things that I might already know about them, intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's going to lie to me.
I understood. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview. Right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview. And then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
Right. And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past lives?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now. And the founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're probably trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up at the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive? Getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because
Sure.
nobody would. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir. That just gives me a little insight into their world and into the gang mentality. It's rare when someone, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this gang, right? That's not typical of a person to want to admit. It's incriminating against themselves, and why would anyone do that?
I understand that. My question to you was some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes.
Sure.
Okay. And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was a reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason
30.
I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations, if it's an investigation into a criminal organization, that's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all know he full of shit. Ain't no. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Watch he say 3 or 4. He's gonna have 3 or 4. Just watch. He better have 20 cases. He better have 20 to 30 cases. Lily, I think he's playing with us at this point. He is playing with us at this point. This is all for show. Child, did y'all just see this? Wait a minute, look what he just did. Look what he doing with this. Look at this, y'all. Look at him over there thinking with pen. 2029. Yeah. Campbell, he's for real. Hey, Campbell. He is for real. It better be 20 to 25 cases. He counted up 6 cases. Maybe 10. This is so... Kaz, why is he playing with us like this? This is something. Here's the thing, guys. I'm going to tell you what pisses me off about this. It's the fact that they went over his line of questioning. You knew for a fact the defense was going to ask, how many cases have you personally been involved in? This is not a question that I don't think he could have prepared for. He could have prepared for this. The fact that he's sitting up here with the judge and writing down every case, why are we going from your memory? Why are we going from your memory? What did Alan Jackson tell us, David Yannetti? The memory does not get better with time. You're guaranteed to leave something off. Where your notes at? Cass, he probably up there writing the lyrics to Mary Had a Little Lamb, for all we know. What he just do, y'all? What he say? Whose fleece was white as snow. He making y'all think he's counting. Whose fleece was white as snow. And everywhere. Baby, he's up there playing. I don't trust Danny Polo. I don't trust him. Don't trust him.
This is probably an accurate representation. I might be missing one or two. A couple.
What are you looking at?
I might be missing one or two or a couple. What?
18 gangs and about 30 different investigations.
Right.
So
48.
there, you 13.
Man, do y'all want me to believe that this man just sat there and wrote over 40 things? Now, let me listen. I'm not a psychic and I can't see that paper, but he did not write 30 things down. Unless he doing some tally marks and he's grouping some stuff together, Danny Polo thinks we're ignorant.
Or 30.
30.
30.
Yes, sir.
So when you gave us a number of 30 suspects,
That was blood investigations.
okay, that was blood only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
In the last year.
So this Florida Gang Investigation Association, can anybody get certification if they don't attend
Danny Polo
the
don't
criminal
get y'all.
justice only part of the training?
I don't work for FGIA, sir. So I don't know what their rules are for that. I know I'm allowed to take the classes. I know I've seen prosecutors send those classes with me because I've had prosecutors come to the trainings with me. So I can't answer on behalf of FGIA.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. So you were thinking that non-law enforcement can get certified, but the only people that you've seen in there with you are prosecutors and other are law enforcement.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. You mean cops or just people involved in the legal system?
People involved on your side of the legal system.
Okay, that's
Overruled.
yeah, that's different than law enforcement.
Okay. So when you were saying it wasn't only law enforcement and you were talking about attorneys who represent people, victims of crimes,
No, we've had victim advocates at the trainings before.
at the trainings giving instruction.
No, taking courses.
Oh.
So it's not limited to certified law enforcement or retired law enforcement or probation, parole, corrections, juvenile justice, intelligence personnel, prosecuting attorneys, judges and crime analysts and intelligence analysts, evidence technicians for a law enforcement agency or any other person deemed appropriate for membership.
Look, you're reading that from their website. That's perfect. I mean, like I said, I don't work for FGIA, so I don't know where their cutoff is.
Okay.
And I don't have access to their website at the moment.
So in fact, it may be just a law enforcement only organization for certification purposes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay.
I believe I've met people there taking courses that are not law enforcement. So I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not saying whether they're allowed to or not. I just know they've been there.
Okay. And you were saying some of the, do you work undercover?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were saying some of the undercover members, undercover law enforcement officers who are members of gangs.
In an undercover capacity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Undercover. Are you?
I'm not, sir.
You did. So you would agree that those undercover officers who went that step would probably know more about the intimacies than you would.
I was the case agent on that.
Okay. And
Case agent being the person that leads the investigation and tells the undercover what to do and what evidence I need to gather, what evidence is beneficial to prove the game, and I collect all the evidence, meaning knowledge, instructions from other gang members. So I direct the investigation, they're the undercovers.
okay.
So when I'm the undercover, someone tells me what to do because it's their investigation.
Okay, but in an undercover capacity, you never went to the step of getting inside a gang so you could be in the room where
With them.
intimate gang activity was actually being discussed among gang members only.
It's recorded. I'm in the room.
Not in the room.
Okay, so you're just in the room with them, but you are not a gang member, so they wouldn't be discussing stuff that only gang members discuss if you're not one.
So what I'm trying to explain is that undercover operations are recorded audio video. So the fact that
Okay, now Polo pissing me off because Polo knows what he's saying. What he is saying is you could only get that information. You're listening to recordings. You're not in the room. They're not saying it directly to you. They're saying it to someone else. You are then listening and interpreting what you're hearing and seeing. You are not like real deep undercover. Like you have not infiltrated a gang. That's what he's saying.
I wasn't present doesn't mean I didn't see it.
Okay.
No.
So the gang Bibles that you spoke of, are those the same gang Bibles that you can download on the internet?
There's some incomplete ones on the internet. I haven't really found any great ones on the internet. But there are some that have been leaked. Some of the information is pretty accurate. Some of them are outdated. It's not the most recent ones. Like in this case, we found an updated one that was revamped in 2016 from the original 1996 version.
And you were saying to us, I think, that the rules of a gang in one location or locality don't necessarily translate into being the rules of a gang in another part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of that organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason that there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules?
They do.
Okay, both. And you're saying that part of the information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff?
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way, put the right arm over the left arm. Or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on their right, or put a different colored bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You get what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting question.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods are favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right?
Yes.
When you say might, are you saying that sometimes they cross it left over right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So that's not really a rule then, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir.
Okay.
So that means Bloods typically wear red, right? That's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white T-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time, because you're supposed to cross out your B's.
I
Or
understand.
your C's, sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight.
Sure.
You were saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right,
Correct.
meaning sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, and sometimes they might wear it in the back, right?
Yes.
It's
So
a
that's another
misnomer.
rule, that sometimes they do that.
These aren't rules. These are a rule is something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. if they did, it'd be very easy to just find all your bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on the Zone Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a Nitrate Gangster Bloods case, attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay. So whatever the case, would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? You agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
And you said that you've attended every conference since 2016, right?
yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
And how many times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? Is it biannual, annual, every month? Annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. We wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings, 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things, like outlaw motorcycle gangs, I believe was the last one I took.
Okay.
I think a 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I have to look at my certificate. I think it took. I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right. One last thing. You said that you have taught, like, I'm not sure I got that right, but was it like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing?
I've spoken to the youth both while I was working on the road before I was in the Strategic Investigations Division, trying to help the youth not join gangs or leave the gangs that they're already in, trying to give them an opportunity. That's something that I do on my off time as well, when not for the sheriff's office. I volunteer, and I've taught at a victim advocacy conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speaking?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. And it happens. We see it where.
I thought you were talking to kids. Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching them how to
I thought you were talking in general when I'm teaching.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about. It's a prevention thing. It's more of like, don't ruin your life, and explain the risk factors and what not to do, and try to help them understand that there's a life outside of that, because some of these kids come from families and neighborhoods, socioeconomic areas where they don't see a light, so they need to understand that there is a way out.
I agree with you. What I'm asking you is when you do that, you are doing nothing that any other of these fine officers could do, or I could do.
I think I could relate with them a little better, because I understand the gang mentality, because I've interviewed so many gang members, so I understand where they're coming from.
Okay, but you have included references to motivational and just stay on the straight path speeches to you as among your teaching experience and your expertise?
Something I do, yeah. And you learn from those kids as well. You don't think you learn from kids that are involved in gangs?
Okay, thank you. One moment.
Baby, let's just let this go.
I have nothing to add.
So Detective Pola, when you're talking about determining whether or not someone is or is not a gang member, do you go both ways?
I try to convince myself that they're not. I'm trying to avoid confirmation bias. So if someone tells me this guy's a blood or is all mafia family or GD or Crip or whatever, I'll start looking for things to tell me that they're not. Because the second I can convince myself that this person's not a gang member, it's probably true that they're not, and that maybe it's just not enough evidence to prove they are. But when I'm going in there looking for evidence against it, and all I can find is evidence to support it, that's when it shifts, and I'm like, okay, this guy has to be a member. And this happens frequently because, like I said, sometimes people document gang members incorrectly because they'll see a tattoo that they think means something, and they'll document that person as a member of XYZ gang, and then I personally know that person is a member of this Bloods gang. So then I have to go and figure out why someone believed this person was a member of this other gang, and then convince myself that that person was wrong and I'm right, or maybe notice that there might be two gang affiliations, like a prison gang and street gang, or a national-based gang and local street gang that they associate with. So multiple alliances.
Okay, so you mentioned that there can be multiple alliances. Can you give a definition of what it would mean to be behind the wall?
Behind the wall means in prison.
So are there different gangs that are behind the wall versus outside?
Yeah, there's different gangs in prison, and there's some of those gangs exist on the outside as well. So the United Blood Nation was founded as a prison gang to protect Black Americans against Hispanics in New York and Rikers Island. Little by little, that expanded and it spread to the streets, and then these multiple blood sets that were created in Rikers Island were now on the streets
Okay,
spreading their ideology.
you used a term that we haven't defined. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a set?
A set, like a group, a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UBN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first three original sets: Nitrate Gangster Bloods, 183 Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right, so that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head, the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. Then they have from there, from the Godfather, you have the highs and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title. So they might give it an associated title, like it could be anything. Whatever set could call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, then you have the fifth floor. Fifth floor is your rank. We call it fifth floor, or 5-star, then you're a 5-star general, then the 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position.
It's too much.
Less than the next one, less than the next one. So you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers.
Fatima, he is doing a terrible job explaining. And I think it's because he's not an expert. I hate to, he is not an expert. I think he is a man who does a job, feels like he knows his job. He's just, either he's doing a terrible job explaining it to us or he doesn't know his job. It's one or the other. Every witness the state has put on so far, the forensic analysts, the DNA experts, all of these people have done a great job explaining to us why they are being deemed experts, or they're doing a great job explaining what their job is. Danny is doing a terrible job. That's just it.
Associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors, it's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount with one way.
Yes.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to a prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do it, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom. They're transferred over to the person in charge of collecting the money. The person in charge of collecting the money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they can pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall in prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes it's, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. There's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher, right? Because even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense, because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or the code word is another code word, and unless you knew what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, you get this based off of context.
Okay. But can you describe, so you mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in most, if we're speaking about Bloods only, in the Blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically, just replace all the C's. And the reason that you replace the C's is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast, California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. And Malpairu was one of the original sets. 5'9" Brim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes evolve into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were created. So these neighborhood street gangs banded together, created the Bloods, started calling themselves Bloods, and began to multiply. And their main thing was defending themselves against the Crips. So most of their language is anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's. They'll call each other certain words like Crips. Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. Well, these are little things that they do, and it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they write a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire.
Yeah.
What would that be translated to?
A gun.
What about a stick or a pole?
A rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It's like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate, or being greenlit, that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on the plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done on you. And if you're a member of this gang and you know that Johnny Smith is on the plate and you run into him and you don't act accordingly, then you might also be put on that plate. You might also be labeled food, and you might be next in line, or you are next in line to be killed.
You also mentioned a term, false flagging. Could you define that for the jury?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a Blood when you're not a Blood, and saying you're a Crip when you're not a Crip, or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They'll call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they've adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods buy from. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet. And they try to follow this stuff. At some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming Blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national Blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold and you come tap in with the Bloods and become official Bloods or sanctioned Bloods, right? Fall under one of the national branches, or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be wiped out.
And if you could explain, is the term real right?
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned Blood, a Blood that's tapping in, a Blood that's associated to one of the national branches that's doing all the right things as Blood. So if you're saying you're real right, that means you're a member of the Bloods, like the sanctioned Bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of your chain of command. So who's your foot soldiers, then your first floor, second floor, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of say a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another blood because they don't believe you're a blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. And you would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the gang, is so-and-so. His big homie is so-and-so. And the Godfather is so-and-so. And as long as you have the right answer, if the person quizzing you is a real blood, he's going to know that you're not lying. And that's how you catch you alive. If you're faking it, you're not going to be able to answer those questions correctly. You're not going to know who the big homie is. You're not going to know who the boss is. You're not going to know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if someone asks, who do you walk with, what would be the appropriate answer?
With the bloods?
Yes.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are. Basically, you'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that a couple times. Could you define that?
Tapping in is what all of the unsanctioned blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real blood, and by real blood, I don't mean unsanctioned sets are not real bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. Just because you're sanctioned doesn't mean you're not a gang. So if you're claiming to be a blood and you want to be a sanctioned blood, the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real bloods, sanctioned bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You've mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
Englewood.
Like the city in California?
Exactly.
Okay. You taught, one of the other things you said, could you define what is set tripping?
Set tripping is something that's created by G-Shine. G-Shine and Gangster Killer Bloods. I might go back and forth. I'll probably just keep correcting it, or not correcting, but mentioning it. But Gangster Killer Bloods created that term basically, and set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangster Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and they might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other bloods. You start breaking rules, everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So that means if there happens to be a fight on the courtyard where someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, or GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should have enforced on someone else. So there's little controversy with G-Shine because a lot of blood sets don't like them because they're enforcers. It's like, like a lot of people don't like the cops because we write people tickets. The police of the G-Shine, of the blood world, right? They're enforcing the rules.
So, Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
Yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they burn it. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live streamed getting beat for what they did. Everything doesn't arise to be put on a plate. Everything doesn't arise to be killed. But you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statutes, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs, or that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are is 874.03. And there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of their primary activities, they commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts a style of dress, admits the gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable, identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy or reliable, associating with a gang member 1 or more times, associating with gang members 4 or more times.
Okay, so maybe
Just like
correct
13
you.
of my
For, yeah, A through K. Does that sound familiar? Okay. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
No, like I said, they say get it how you live. So as long as you're bringing money in for the gang, then you're going to be in their good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're going to support you. They're going to bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to, and that you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the gang, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is to go do home invasion robberies, if you're out there doing a whole lot of home invasion robberies and bringing a lot of profits back to the gang, or a lot of guns back to the gang, or a lot of drugs back to the gang, then you might get a promotion. If your job is rapping and you're doing good and you're making money and you're bringing in money to the gang, you're taking the gang to shows and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang, not supporting yourself, supporting the collective, then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially formed for racial reasons, to defend, for African Americans to defend themselves against Hispanics, or Hispanics to defend themselves against African Americans or white supremacists. So initially it started off as something racial to help bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. The African Americans did to bring up Black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic,
He said not just the gang, but for their culture. What? I think I'm lost there. I'm not gonna go in.
Gangs, Asian gangs, black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want dummies, right? They want smart guys. If you're out there committing reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's going to want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're going to probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be a skilled.
He keeps saying
you might
rapper.
be very good at
Y'all notice
sports.
that?
So you might be just a very smart person and you just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to G-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case.
In reference to this case.
I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr. Demons was a member of this gang, and if he was, to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, were you able to show that and document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So yeah, there's multiple videos of Mr. Demons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons was observed multiple times, more times than I can count, wearing the colors red, the colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So, what about adopting the use of a hand signs that's identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Did you all hear what he said? I'm just trying to enjoy my snack. He said Mr. Demons can do them quite fast. Quite faster than I can.
Stacking is a form of communication with gangs, within gangs. If you meet another blood, you might you might ask them who they roll with. They say, "Oh, I'm a blood," and they might just stack his set. So he'll say where he's from, right? So he'll claim, he'll throw maybe a B for blood or a B for blood, and then follow up with each set's. Every set has their own specific hand signs that they might throw out. So there's universal hand signs for BDN and United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all bloods kind of are supposed to know. And then every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set that is part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stack into it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
Yeah, so the way I was able to identify these other G-Shy members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted or that was privately inside his phone, not shared.
In terms of what about if they've been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times? Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other bloods.
What about if they are identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
Physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go.
Bible.
So we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act
Hey,
or
who is he to
character.
say that?
This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked. That happened to those two kids. I don't know how old they are. Those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys. Fun haircut.
Okay.
Yeah, they were claiming to be members of Sex Money Murder, which is a set of the bloods, and they quickly got checked by almost every blood that can find them on social media. They got branded, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Demons in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Demons for being a fake blood. There's all I could find is support for Mr. Demons for being blood by other bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on a cellular phone and an email extraction? Or
Yes. Yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna make sure the defense has a chance to see what's in the state. Triple U for identification purposes only. Detective Polo, showing it's been labeled as state triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those
Finally.
documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com from one Jaquan Burton. Same subject that was identified through his cell phone on his text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, to the reference of it being his cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. One from sidebar, second.
Andy Polo is a lot. And whoever said he was going to be a lot, you're correct. Okay, they took a break. Yes, Janice, this is the same detective.
Jury entrant? Like I said, Councilwoman Roach, we're still on your direction foundation. Proceed as sustained the last.
It is, Shelby.
Repeat your question, please.
Yes, sir. So Detective Polo, the item that has been presented to you is straight states triple U. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction you reviewed?
Yes,
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in toto, and we request that any individual exchange be authenticated, foundation be lit.
Objection not total, it'll be admitted.
States triple U would be marked states number 68.
No, that's Moretti. Right. That's gonna be Moretti.
So Detective Fuller, when I go through this email and the attachments that are on it, one by one. The September 16th, 2018 sent date. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the
Counsel, one second, please.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb.
No.
Grab the chair.
trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, you could read that aloud for the jury?
My computer just Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
And who is it addressed to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, the Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject named Derek Dixon was identified as Gino,
Okay.
street name Gino.
And we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on. Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So we went through some of them and were able to identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamell Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Demons. That was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think I have a copy. Right. It was first page.
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one sent to mitchelljamon@gmail.com.
So going through, continuing
Why are they
to this
emailing his
last,
booking email?
the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you
Bang, bang.
read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangascari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine Bloods?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above the foot soldier.
Okay. So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996, I took the S out, put a B, because Slav is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, put a B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Shaquell, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head, and he was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa, I think from last year or the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was present, showing live streaming for everyone, showing the big turnout.
Black Sheep, I stand corrected. I was like, you really want me to believe gang members are out here sending emails? I didn't think about people who are in jail. And I think email is one of the forms of communication. You could communicate with the outside world. I didn't think about that because they are indeed out here sending emails.
There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well.
And where the hell, okay, do you guys see that? It was formed, let me go back so you can see that. Okay, he said GKB was formed November 95, but was not sanctioned until February the 17th. So here's my thing is, why, if you are in jail or whatever's going on, why would you send something like this to an email? Okay. Thank you, Bad.
There's members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of the Corey King and some of these other names, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe, they're referenced.
My apologies.
They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Shaquell and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah. The Damu, or they call themselves Olas, OLA. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. Damu, you're saying you're a blood. I'm an Ola, I'm a blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, yeah, that's how the original the original G-Shine set was divided. It was divided into 3 temples. We call them temples. And each one of those had their own separate hierarchy.
Okay. And to continue on to the top of the next page where you said temples are on there, that's over here?
Yeah, and it references the names of each individual set. So that's a common thing. Sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name. Like Nitrate Gangster Bloods have a set called the Hellraiser set. It's different sets. They just give them names. So here you see some of the names associated with the original 3. The most important one here is the 9.5 Killer Shine set.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so you can touch it and it will show where you're looking at.
Yeah, so 9.5 Killer Shine, that one stood out to me.
Why so?
Because in the messages located on the phone between
The 9807 phone number and
between the 9807 phone number and G-Shine numbers that were identified, Gino being Derek Dixon, Herc or Q-Shine being Jaquan Burton, and the person they listed as their godfather being a subject named Stretch, who was identified as Keith Stevens.
okay.
Yeah, Keith Stevens. His name is Stretch, and Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9.5 Killer Shine blood set.
Oh.
So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay. So when you're talking about like calls and responses, you mentioned that the information will have kind of the translation. Is that what we're looking at here?
Okay, so right here, this is a way of asking who you fall under and the response you're supposed to give. Then you have, a code and NBA. So if they just wrote, if you find some ledgers or mail in the jail where they write NBA, they're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So the GF is the godfather. They call him the general manager. And this is what I said. It changes from set to set because there might be a set that won't call it the general manager. They'll call him whatever. It could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that. Call him the head coach. In this specific Bible, the low is 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the original laws were written for the UBN. G-Shine adopted the same laws. Those are the original 30 laws. Blood in, blood out, you get jumped in. Sometimes, and like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. So voted in by committee. You're putting in work. That's another way of getting in. No snitching. That's an important rule. No punking out. No backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality is very common in the gang world.
Can you translate, you made a comment about being blessed in. Can you just explain that? Because I don't think you've defined that yet.
So blessed in is when you didn't really put in any work and someone within the organization is just vouching for you. And just saying, hey, this guy's going to be one of us. They bring you in. You don't get jumped in. You don't have to put in. You didn't put any work in. You didn't do anything. They just brought you in. They brought you home. That's terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessed in.
Okay. On some of them, like no flu wearing or yellow back. Yeah.
I don't know, I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain, I said that, I think earlier, that there's certain codes that just, don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bloods, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11, that's indicated here, cross out all C's and replace with B's, K's, or X's. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes,
Was that in private communications?
private communications and public posts that were posted from that phone.
Okay. And items number 16 and 17. Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about, where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email, because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor at a search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whoever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot in email form.
Okay.
To keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, a member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your lineup, within your set.
Okay. Again, more of the laws 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes unless someone violates your set, code, and colors. You gotta respect. That's like the biggest thing in the gang world is respect. With every gang, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And the next thing, it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath, it's one of the, most gangs have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim, and when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all these rules. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all your creed. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge and you failed, then you're going to get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge and they test you and you get quizzed and you answer everything
Sorry,
correctly,
y'all. I said, why would anybody email these?
Okay, so you
Why
had
would they
mentioned
email
that there were other different sections
Maybe,
and hoods. Are those some of the ones that you had previously mentioned? The 9 tray?
Yeah, so
all those?
the original founders of the UBN, OG Mac and Leonard and McKenzie, they created all these. Well, these gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods. They then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that we've ever recovered have the dates are pretty consistent. So that these are things that you'll almost never get wrong unless you find a Bible.
my issue with Danny Polo right now is he's telling us based on interviews. What interviews are you basing this on? And I don't like how they want us to just be I'm sorry, y'all. That's too that word too sensitive for me, right? But Bill, okay, I'll tell you about it later. But anyway, he wants us to just listen to him based off interviews. What interviews, Danny? What interviews? I don't think there are any. I'm having a hard time believing him.
From a jail, from a brand new member of the Bloods who's trying to learn, and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize his stuff, because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you're sitting in jail.
In terms of greeting and replies, are those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you won't even know you're being quizzed on it. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was his first time being a Blood, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. It's a very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if you, it could be like variation of it, like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries are just the answers, or the definitions to the word, to the codes is other codes. It's just, unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
Codes.
Okay. And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1965 on that list.
Yeah.
Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could, if big indictments come down and a lot of people, like a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex money murder got indicted, and I think a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
after law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Between this and all the other games have the same thing going on. A couple hundred pages of that, it's impossible.
Okay. So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
I'm going to go first for a second.
Yes.
Sakchaser.
Girl, this is too much.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see if you have another way you're gonna give us a little.
I need a specific one.
We're still checking.
Oh, you haven't resolved it.
We have not resolved that.
So Your Honor, it was pursuant to a search warrant that was signed on March 14th of 20.
Indicated there was some issue, you didn't have the document, you find it or not, or what happened?
We're still checking.
Oh, you haven't resolved it.
We have not resolved that.
So Your Honor, it was pursuant to a search warrant that was signed on March 14th of 2022 by the Honorable Barbara Duffy. The information was provided to the defense counsel as once the return came in from Google. It was sent on March 22nd of 2022 and provided that information to counsel. I'm going to try and pull up the email confirmation and then provided them another copy of it as well.
I'm trying to verify that.
We are, yes, someone on the team, yes.
All right, we're in recess. Is a problem that you thought there was maybe a discovery violation and they didn't comply, sent it over to you discovery, but now you're looking at it and you have it, is that right or wrong?
Well, we can't find it, but they did show us a,
They showed us a paper.
they showed us a document that says it was sent to us. I can't dispute it at this moment. We can't locate it, but
This time you're not alleging there's, do I need to do a Richardson
No.
here? Are you alleging there's a discovery violation?
no, I can't in good faith say that based upon this receipt. So,
I can say I don't have that email that told them that we got receipt from. I searched all three of my emails. There's one email that day had 11 emails regarding text messages from the deposition of one of the receiving staff. That is not in their email. It's not in the email for one.
Is Raven talking to us or them?
But no attachment.
we have, they provided a receipt coming out of the office of the state attorney.
And suggest you also look at the deposition and if she was questioned about this specific document.
That would do it.
So my suggestion
Question by
is
us.
that she's not gonna finish, or she's at this rate finish her direct today. So we'll study this over the weekend.
At this time, you're not alleging there's any discovery violation. I don't need to
No,
produce the Richardson here. Is that correct?
At this moment, no.
Oh.
I can't.
So we're going to proceed with the testimony. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
Yes. Everybody agrees?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I bring the jury in now?
Yes, sir.
Lord, this is okay, he only has about maybe an hour left. Maybe an hour.
I couldn't resist. I couldn't. Huh? I'm afraid it'll make me a thing.
India.
We get something. We get them for every case on Zoom.
Jury entering. Record once again reflect the presence of the names on the stand. Counsel, I think you're going to continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Yes, and continue publishing of State 68. So we've gone through the initial email, so now I want to go through each of the attachments. Are these, Detective Fuller, are these additional items of which an individual would be expected to memorize?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about being promotions, is that also discussed in this particular 15 raised document?
Your Honor, I object to the manner in which this question is being done. It's legal.
Rephrase your question, Counsel.
Detective, you talked about how people are promoted through the ranks.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this document?
In this one page?
Yes.
No, it's just like the principles of the game.
Oh.
Specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they have within the organization. So like the 5-point star, they give meaning to each point of that star. Pyramid, what the pyramid means. The crown, the 5-point crown.
Okay. Moving on to the titled 23 Rule. Was that this is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes. These are all rules you'd be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping in, yeah. You need to make sure to report to your up your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of hanging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of going down to the bold names, so if you could read them out loud so it's clear for the record which particular document we're looking at.
Number 1, physically. Physically, you want to read the type?
No, just the bold on that one. Number 2.
Mentally.
Number 3.
Spiritually.
Number 4.
Economically.
And number 5.
Socially.
Moving on to the next, the meaning. Sorry. Meaning.
See, I think she's saying the same thing I'm saying, is that Melly was in solitary confinement, so the same privileges that Thug may have gotten, he's not getting. He can't even, I don't even think he can receive phone calls or make phone calls, not receive. I don't think he can make phone calls while he's in jail either. There's a lot that he's just not afforded the same rights.
Of G-Shine. You had mentioned that sometimes there are specific colors that individuals are told to wear. Is that reflected in this document here that was found in the YNW Melly booking email?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What does this say about the uniform or fashion statements?
It gives directions on the colors of the organization, what they mean, and as with other signs and symbols that they have, like the 5-point star, they gave each point of the star a specific meaning. They do the same thing with the colors. They'll come up with initialisms of what each letter of that color means and why it means something to them.
Okay. In terms of the colors that were identified in this G-Shine document, what were they?
The colors I already mentioned, red, green, brown, black. I mentioned black, red, green, and brown.
The next page here, what is it titled?
Meaning of G-Shine Ascari.
And then it says in here you've been, what does DMV mean? The Department of Motor Vehicles?
No. It would be like the council. I'm not sure exactly what that acronym is, but when you move up in the ranks, you would be reassessed by your higher ups, by your council.
Okay. Is there a specific uniform that you talked about that was previously that's mentioned in this document?
Yeah,
Section medium.
Is over.
wearing brown and with a white T-shirt underneath, untucked. So it says it in there to signify that you're always ready for battle.
In terms of,
Okay. Can someone explain to me again who emailed this? This really feels like something, and I don't want to disrespect gang culture and say that they're not this organized, but the mere thought of a gang emailing this to another gang member, creating a paper trail, is insane to me. It really gives an undercover email this or something. Just have they identified the other email user? I hadn't heard that yet. The fact that they would email this is insane to me.
the email address that we had looked at previously, the Bang Bang Ascari, is that consistent with what was said to be done in this last paragraph?
Yes. That's typical with the gang name in general. A lot of members will just put the gang name at the end of their moniker, their Instagram handle, Facebook handle, whatever it is.
Okay. Going on to the next document in this. What is this titled?
The oath. That's one of the oaths you have to memorize.
Okay.
United Blood Nation oath.
And now, this photo here. What is this illustrating? I can make it a little bit bigger. I know it's.
This is when they.
Nene, great point. You didn't. First of all, when you're an artist, you have this booking email. Most artists have an email for beats, and then they have their personal email. They sent this, like Nene said, to his booking email. And I think, wasn't it in 2018 as well? Come on now.
Restructured. They were
Yeah,
talking about
yes.
the grass has
I
been
just
cut
can't
low, and the snake's heads have popped up. So when they restructured, it was for, like I said, when there's indictments, stuff like that, they need to restructure and change the rules up so that way they can weed out people that they might think are cooperating with law enforcement or just people who aren't being true to the organization. So this is talking about that basically.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training and experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime it looks like a directive, anytime things are going to change within the organization, they usually will close the books. So no new members, they'll freeze everything, no movement, and they'll reassess what they have to do within the organization so that they can continue to reorganize and move forward.
Okay. In terms of, you said the books, what are the books?
To turn to mean literally the books, like the ledgers where they would write the members' names. So when the books are closed, you're not going to put new members into the books. Most well-organized gangs will have a national ledger where all the sets will be outlined with all the members and what ranks they currently hold.
Okay. And in terms of this last email here, an image, that's the close-up, or I'm sorry, the last image was a close-up of this email header. Who was this email sent to?
Isaiah Aberhart. He was identified as subject named Goon on the phone. No, I forgot the phone number.
772-713-9807, that phone?
That phone.
Okay. And who was it sent to?
I can't wrap my head around sending this to his booking email. I can't wrap my mind around this other than to say, when you're trying to get in touch with an artist, most people will email what's available to them. If the booking email is all available, it does not mean he was giving it to them. It just means someone found their booking email, because it's going to be everywhere. Almost in every post is going to say, for booking, email ynwbooking@gmail.com. Everyone, I just can't buy it. Especially since the state can't tell me who these emails belong to. That's something I'm gonna need to know.
YNW Melly booking at Gmail.
So you mentioned a lot of the items in the phone that you've reviewed.
Yes.
We're going to start out with what's been labeled as states V for identification purposes. Going to defense. Detectives, you recognize what's been labeled as states V.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is a extraction report from the cell phone ending in 9807. Messages between that phone number and a contact saved as GF stretch with the C crossed out using an X instead of a C.
And does this really accurately depict the conversation that is on that cell phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states V in and publish to the jury.
Same objection.
Objections overruled. It'll be admitted.
States V will be marked state 69.
Okay, detective, on this particular phone and this messages, there's the term rise up and beloved. Is that something based on your training and experience you can offer an opinion on?
Yeah, it's mentioned throughout multiple G-Shine Bibles, the term rise up. Beloved's just a term of endearment that they're using between each other. On its own doesn't really mean anything, but knowing that these guys are members of G-Shine, it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stand.
Okay.
Raise your question.
So in terms of the term HURK, H-U-R-K, on this particular message, is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
And what does HURK mean?
HURK is a term used by members of G-Shine to refer to each other. It's like calling each other bro or dude, same thing. Members of G-Shine call each other HURK. That's one of the terms they use.
And on the December 1st, 2018, this particular message, is there another term that would indicate G-Shine affiliation?
The rank designation is Scary. He's addressing the person receiving that message as an Ascari.
Okay.
He's not just saying the word Ascari.
Understood. In terms of the last message here that looks like December 29th of 2018, you could read that one aloud, please, and I can make it bigger.
You have many other hoods that have productive aspects in motion, and it's time for us to put a form of some businesses into existence so we can grow as a family. We are already established financially, so we want to combine with you in the form of growth and development and endure prosperous ventures as a collective.
And here we go again, y'all. Here we go again. Who sent it? Who sent this? Because if you can't tell me who sent this, there is just I'm inclined to believe Danny Polo sent it. That's exactly how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling right now that some undercover officer emailed all of that information and now they're sending this information as if they were planning something. I don't know what they were planning, but hey, Tasha, I don't know what they were planning, but I'm not buying it. Just randomly sending this to his phone? And if y'all could figure out, if Christine doing all this damn work to make me believe the 9807 number is Melly's, hell, where's your hard work to tell me who that phone belonged to? Because put the pieces together. You can't give me half of the story. You can't give me half of the story. I'm having a hard time, y'all. The number not even, I don't want to say saved in the phone because I know why, but I need more.
To January 27th of 2019, is it the same use of the term 11?
Yes.
Then it says line up some venues. Detective Fuller, I want to ask you, if someone is a member in any sort of music group,
Yes.
why would they be talking about venues with someone who is identified as a godfather?
Because they would need to get
Sustained.
So, Detective Fuller, I want to back up and go into your training and education and experience on areas of control by specific areas under the blood gang hierarchy. You mentioned that there are different sets in different areas of the country.
correct.
In terms of the various neighborhoods and various businesses within that neighborhood, do you have training and experience as to how access to those businesses are controlled?
So if you're in a neighborhood that is predominantly controlled by the specific gang, whether it be the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, and you are trying to go to that neighborhood, you need to have almost like an approval to be there. If not, you might, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you might get approached, and the repercussions could be different for every person, but the point is you'll probably get confronted.
So I want to move on to some of the other messages that you've gone through, which then marked as states W, which has been previously provided to defense counsel. I'm showing you states W. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that document contain and accurately depict 5 different chat conversations between the individual using the 9807 phone number and some of the individuals you talked about previously? Gino, Perk, Jaquan Burton, etc.
Objection.
Suggestion.
That this witness is not in a position to attest to whether that accurately reflects conversations between two people that he was not a party to.
Sustained.
Does that accurately reflect the conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
in terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
He doesn't know.
I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when
I don't understand why the defense didn't object to this. If the person who did the extraction couldn't tell you if there were any additions or deletions, why the hell would Danny Polo know? And she just slid that question right on in there. I would have objected. Not to say they won't when I hit play, but I would have objected.
it was deleted.
Do they fairly accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
Yes.
Here, at this time, the state would request to move state's W in and publish to the jury.
I object, Your Honor. Improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Okay.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
State's W.
State's W would mark state's 70.
So Detective, I'm going to go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit. Okay.
Reference the pages as you go if you don't.
Will do. So starting and going on, which is labeled as page 6, and this is a conversation that starts out with an individual named Foley and the 9807 cell phone number. Are there pictures that are sent back and forth between these individuals?
Yes.
So, and with Your Honor's permission, I'm going to switch over so I can pull up the pictures from the digital version.
Dad, I don't really care about the messages if I don't know who's sending, who's behind it. The same argument Christine is trying to make with Melly's phone. I have the same argument for the sender. Who is the sender? Who's sending the
Record's
message?
clear, counsel. What's the exhibit number?
I need to know who's
This
sending
is
these
still
messages.
the same exhibit. This is just the digital copy so that we can access the photos.
So exhibit 770.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with Jamell Demons?
Yes.
Can you point him out in this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen on that, I don't believe, because it's now on this. Is
Subject blank shoes jumping.
in the center of the frame?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. May the record reflect that the state pointed to it and he identified the person to whom the state pointed.
So let's go to a different one. Do you see the defendant Jamell Demons in this photo?
Can I stand up, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
It's an east side sign, he's an east side blood. That's a whole blood sign, that's a blood sign.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, sir. Well, I'll talk to you now.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
I don't know if I have pictures.
Oh, bad.
He said
You're gonna know who's sending the message.
Okay.
And then the other hand is kind of crooked, so I can't tell if he's doing another east side or if he's doing this, which is a blood hand sign.
Those are both from page 6 of State 70. now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Derek Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Derek Dixon.
Oh,
Person.
there we go.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of State 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, which one?
The first
This one? Oh,
Sorry.
Gino locked me into love, and then took out the C and put an X.
He really talks like that. Below.
Then the next message, the response from the 9807 phone number. What is that?
050, that's blood code. He, later on in this text thread, he explains it.
Okay. Down to the next one from the number that's identified as Gino.
Mm-hmm.
And what message does that say?
Me and the Godfather, the GF, talked about you.
I mean, girlfriend.
Till we come into your show in Orlando.
Okay. Moving on to page 15. In this second message here on page 15, what are we looking at? The 050 means on point. Could you translate that, please?
Gino's, the subject saved as Gino is explaining what the code means, so that the recipient doesn't mess up when the Godfather questions him and says it down below. Just a few things the Godfather might hit you with, I'm making sure you're on point. So he's saying 050 means on point, DL means I got you. And then he proceeds to give other definitions. SL means shine above, greetings and responses are rise and shine, I shine, you shine, rise up and bop, and shine right, shine bright.
Okay, I'm going to say it again. None of this is suspicious to y'all. None of this is suspicious to you guys that quote unquote gang members would be texting all of this information knowing that text can be tracked. Like, none of this is weird to you guys. And I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I am I'm at a loss for words that gang members could be okay.
Giant plan and goal. So these are all things that were written in that original document we went over.
And that original document, in terms of the date on that, do you recall for the sent date?
September something. I think I have it here. September 16th, 2018.
September 16th.
Also, surprisingly, all of this is happening about 4 to 5 weeks before the killings occurred. 4 to 5 weeks before the killings occurred. Okay.
So in some of the responses from the 9807, again, that term perp.
Again, it's just a term used between members of G-Shine. He's just responding, recognizing, just using G-Shine terms.
Okay. Continuing on through the month of September on page 16. In terms of the message here from the 9807. Clear so we can see, what does it say there?
Just checking in. The C is taken out and the B is put in its place.
And can you explain what, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m.
And just another thing, the man said they wanted smart members. You just wrote down what everything means. And then you can't talk in code after you've given the code via text messaging. He's given the code. If this man lost his phone, whomever found it would have this gain code. There is no code if I can just scroll up and I can scroll up and I can just break the code. There is no code.
Message from Pino.
Just asking if he's all right. Everything's good. He responds, everything's good. 450.
He knows what she.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
a square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, so cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Speculation.
404B, 403.
I thought the board was asking for
Square is in reference to a kilogram of any type of narcotic that is sold in kilograms because it's shaped like a square.
Okay. So I want to talk now on page 21. On September 23rd, 2018, 6:25 p.m. Can you read those two text messages and then help to assist in the understanding of what they mean?
I'm sorry.
21.
So the guy I hit is who he moves through on that. He got the Skittles. The next one too?
Yes, please.
Bro with that square, want to know what you want for a hook and a verse.
Okay. And can you explain what the Skittles in that message?
So that language has evolved, the Skittles, because right now the Skittles are something completely different. Back then it was talking about ecstasy pills,
Okay.
MDMA pills, those have to be ecstasy.
And in terms of looking in context, the message before that on September 23rd, 2018, 6:23 p.m. with what is a Z?
A Z is short for a zip. A zip is slang for an ounce. Call it that because you put it in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. So going on to page 22, there's a different phone number that's listed on there. Tell him to call.
Right.
And what phone number is listed there?
954-376-9158.
Okay. The next message, if you could read that one on September.
Y'all, the number that they just gave, that's Jameson Francois' number.
23rd, 2018, 9:58 p.m.
He got it. Yeah, I heard his name, image. He's very important. He's going to get you some, baby. He's over the whole South Carolina.
When you talked about earlier about areas of influence, is that what you meant?
Yeah, so especially with the lineups that cross state boundaries, you would need to know where your higher ups are reporting from. Because if you say I report to Stretch, you're going to say who's Stretch, especially if they're not part of your lineup. You say I report to Stretch out of South Carolina, then they can double check you and reach out to their contacts in South Carolina, make sure that Stretch is a real person.
Okay. Continuing on to September 25th, 2018. And Another message from on page 23 for defense counsel.
Thank you.
Is this again referring to the same image name from the previous?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the baby is?
Only the brick,
Okay.
small like baby.
And the response?
Haven't heard from him 20.
So then moving on further down that page on 10:08 p.m., what does Gino ask?
The number identified as Gino states, DL, did you get your date for the Savannah State Show?
And the DL, what does that mean?
Do you get,
I'm sorry.
Hell, now Danny Polo. Let me tell you something. I don't expect Danny Polo to remember 100 pages of whatever their book is. But damn it, you gotta know what DL mean. I think I saw SL. You know what replacing the C's and the B's. You gotta know DL. He said he was involved in about 30 different blood investigations. You can't just off the dome tell me what DL means. And Gino is too damn chatty to be a member. Gino is too freaking chatty on this phone to be a member. He just saying a lot. He's saying a lot. Like, almost, like Cass just said, it could be an undercover. He's saying too much on the phone.
I'm sorry?
The DL, does that have a specific connotation or meaning?
Yeah, it does. I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long day. We'll come back to it.
I'm drawing a blank.
So with regards to the next line on that, what does that one read?
Yo, the GF Godfather gonna call you, take out the C, call you today, make sure you UAB, you're on point, basically.
And the response was?
Everything's good. All fine.
So I want to go then again to the digital version to reference this picture here. So Gino the number identified as Gino ending in 4281 sends an image, and this is on page 24 for counsel. In terms of this message, anything, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
Looks like it's a picture of another phone, taken with a phone, contact name tall, person holding the phone writes, did you ever skyline with him? So did you ever connect with him or talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then he says he's going to have to hit him up today.
So what? I didn't hear that.
He's going to have to hit him up today.
So then continuing on to the DL line, is that what?
Tell him they'll be expecting him.
Okay, and then the next response.
I'm going to let it go. I am going to let it go. This shit screams, yes, Nate, that's what I was about to say. This screams undercover officer. And if all of this shit is going on, where are the charges for these people? I want you to groom him. Show them the meaning of chain of command. Listen to how they're talking. Who talks like that in a game? Chain of command? Like I just can't wrap my head around the fact that this was going on. Like, I don't want to. I'm not trying to dispute if this young man was in the gang. I just need to say that because I don't need nobody to my mail. I just, for the life of me, can't understand why any gang member would have this much detail that the police could track in their phone. I want you to groom him, show him the meaning of chain of command, safety and security, show dudes something different. I got you. I just know that by him talking to you, it's going to show him the severity of the situation. What severity? At this point, he just joining or something, right? What is the severity of the situation? What threat is there already? Damn, he just joined. What is the immediate threat that you guys are trying to talk to him about right now? No, I know that bad. I know these aren't with Melly. I know these aren't with Melly, but my point remains in the messages with Gino and Melly. Then in these messages, which I can tell these is somebody named Tall, it's between two people. My point is, what gang members are texting like this? Even by this time, and hell, by this time, BMF, they done had their RICO. Just in 2018, BMF, they've had their RICO. We know how bad talking on the phones can be. If you know talking on the phones this bad, what do you think texting? What do you think texting could be? Nene, I said this too. Was Gino working with the police? It's too much information in the phones for me to really believe these are real members.
Want you to groom him, show them the meaning of the chain of command, safety and security, show dudes something different.
But I could be wrong. Maybe
I
I
got
watched too many
you.
movies.
I just know that by him talking to you.
Object to the hearsay. This is an image of a conversation between two other people.
It is. Well, you don't let him get up there now.
For a second.
Mr. Howard too slow. Hell, you don't let him get up there now with the information. I done read the whole thing by now. Hold on, okay, hold up. Court is on the sidebar.
The attorneys are advising me, or excuse me, I'm advising you that this is a conversation between two parties. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the conversation. It's being offered to show the effect on the listener. All right? That's the purpose of it. So we're going to pick it up in a minute. Right now, I need to take a short restroom break. So we're going to be in recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with President. No, thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Can we get a restroom break from Mr. Demons?
You got a couple more.
Can we talk about scheduling?
I'm just trying to
Judge wants
Okay, they're talking about the trial. Maybe I skipped it. Maybe no, I don't think I skipped it. I don't think they come back. Hold on, y'all. This is 7. Okay, so I think they did break for the day because when we come back, I think they broke for the day. So I didn't see them come back. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna swap real quick. I'm gonna swap because I didn't see them come back after I went through it. So I'm gonna go to day 8. Let me read bad. So I didn't think about these messages or how they got them. They got the ones with Melly through Melly's phone, but these ones had to be provided by one of the people in the convo or something bad. Bad is saying he isn't staying in contact with them. He isn't responding to their messages. Look at the dates of the messages. I'll be sure to go back and look at the dates. It's not, and I'll add that to it, especially when I get ready to kind of talk about this. But what is again is just weird to me is the way the conversation flows. That's just kind of weird to me. Bart, what is you doing? Okay, hold on, y'all. This is the second one.
The six-day attorneys will come to hearing, and our witness, Jay Cole. Please have a seat, sir. I just want to remind you that you remain under oath, all right?
Yes, sir.
So you all have a nice weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to pick up where we left off on Thursday, so if I'm not mistaken, I think you were still on your examination of this one.
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You are the same Detective Danny Polo that was here last week?
Same one, different suit.
Okay. Same mask?
Same mask.
Okay, we had left off on page 24, publishing what is the...
Y'all look at all of these look at all of those messages she has in her hand.
You are the same Detective Danny Polo that was here last week?
Same one, different suit.
Okay. Same mask?
Look at that
Same mask.
Okay, we had left off on page 24, publishing what is been admitted into evidence as State 70. Okay, going on to this is still the chat with the number that's saved in as Gino. So going now, I'm going to skip ahead to page 28. I want to make sure it's visible so everybody can read it. The name Goon, Goon.
Yes.
Is that an individual you were able to identify?
Yes.
And who is that?
His name is Isaiah Eberhart. I think I'm
Saw
pronouncing
that.
his last name correctly.
Okay, going down here. The message that is coming in from the ending in 9807 phone number. What in this particular message from September 29th of 2018 tells you that this is somehow affiliated with G-Shine or GKB?
The first indication that it's blood related would be taking out the letter C from creeping, putting a K, and then the second one would be the use of the term herc, which is common to be used between members of GKB.
Okay.
To address themselves, address each other.
So going now to page 29 of State 70, and the message from Gino, contact on October 4th of 2018. With regards to this message, if you could please read it aloud for the jury.
You are a truly talented, beloved. It's an honor to lead you. Thanks for the opportunity. I won't let you down.
Can you make any opinions or conclusions from that
What the hell
message
is going
about the
on?
relationship between the person identified as Gino and the person who's on the other side of the conversation ending in 9807?
Well, the first thing I want to note on this message is the word honor is in all caps. That's one of the it's one of the words associated to certain G-Shine blood symbols: honor, respect, loyalty. So the fact that he or Gino made that all caps is indicative of just showing more additional blood-related language. Gino's expressing to the 9807 number. I got that right, 9807?
Yes.
9807 number, that he's that person, the 9807 number, is a talented individual, and he appreciates the opportunity.
Can you say about the rankings or the hierarchy between the two?
Based on the previous messages, Gino is one of the subjects that was above the 9807 number. He was one of the subjects involved in recruiting the 9807 number.
Okay. The response from the...
Just in case you guys aren't looking at the date, we are in BAD said that it's important we start looking at the dates. I do believe that's important as well. These particular messages, the last two, it's an honor to lead you there from October 4th.
9807 number. Is this again using those same codes
Murders happened October 26th.
you previously talked about on Thursday?
Yes, he says always, and he's just responding to the messages, and he calls him Herc, which is a common G-shine, like saying bro or dude or something like that, or brother. DL stands for down low, which means I hear you, and SL is shine love.
Okay.
So it's G-shine, shine love. It's one of the terms they use.
Okay, going to the next message on page 29. And if you could read that one aloud for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Quando denied saying anything about you, Q or the hood.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the hood is normally used to refer to?
The hood would be the blood organization or G-shine organization. Specifically here, he mentions that he didn't say anything about, or he denied saying anything about not just the hood, but Q. And Q would be Jaquan Burton. That's what he goes by, Q-shine.
Mm-hmm.
And so the last two messages from the 9807 number and then the response from Gino. A little bigger, sorry.
9807 said, ain't worried. And Gino, he's going to get his day, mark my words.
That sounds like an older person. Gino has to be older. I'm guessing if this is 2018, Gino is probably late 20s to early 30s, probably, just from the way he's messaging him. Not only that, when you're looking at the messages, can you all see how Melly is very short with his responses? Ain't worried. That's not even a full sentence. Ain't worried. Maybe Melly was thinking about how much was coming through the phone.
So I want to go forward, page 30.
He blowing him up too.
The message of October 6th, 2018 at 12:05 a.m.
This is October 5th.
If you could read the one that is right there in the center of the screen.
All right, Gino states, I'm on the line with Tall Godfather, GF. He wants a sit down with you and Jay Green. Jay Green is Jalen Green of Mr. Demons Associates, who happens to be part of a different G-Shine set. Me, you, Jay Green, and him.
Okay.
You just reading and not responding.
Going now to that same page, the message on October 8th of 2018, 12:43 p.m. Can you read this message and then translate it, please?
To stay in tune is to communicate, bro. If you feel like it's too much, you can line up elsewhere, but you won't get the perks and respect you get now. The choice.
What does that translate to?
So based on context from the messages I read, the 9807 number wasn't checking in and communicating with members of Gino's lineup, Gino's set enough, and he's letting the 9807 number know that if it's too much for him, if he can't follow the rules and check in as it's required, then he can pick a different set, different blood set, different lineup. specifically uses the word line up elsewhere, but he's saying their set has the most respect.
Okay. So going to page 31, I want to go to now the message from the 9807 phone number on October 23rd of 2018.
Just says beloved.
And then going on to October 24th of 2018 at 12:37 a.m. What does that message show?
The GKB or G-Shine Gangsta Killer.
Oh yeah, I thought I saw a green message.
And then going on to October 24th of 2018 at 12:37 a.m. What does that message show?
Look at this shit.
The GKB or G-Shine Gangsta Killer Blood Oath.
Okay.
They go by many names, like I stated before.
Is this the same that was reflected in some of those emails that you had previously discussed?
I would have to go to the email, make sure see if it's word for word the same, but it's consistent with the G-Shine Oath.
Okay, and that was previously admitted as state 69. And state 68. Or the other two that we've run
Me
so
too,
far.
Alice. I just can't wrap my head around it.
You want to know what page I'm on?
Please, if you could refer to one for that.
Page 4, under the rules, says oath / red alert. And I'll read directly from here first. I take this oath and solemnly swear to uphold, honor, and respect the rules and regulations that govern the Empire of Shine under the banner of the United Blood Nation. I take this oath to be responsible, trustworthy, and militant, for I am a reflection of this hood, and in parentheses, empire. From this day forward, I will no longer think or act as an individual, because I know my actions can affect others. I take this oath and swear to be there for my brothers and sisters in a time of need and give them a sturdy shoulder to lean on, for my loyalty lies in G-Shine Empire.
So this one's a little bit different on that.
Right.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why there may be a difference between those two?
These Bibles, books of knowledge, they're handwritten most of the time or typed up like this, as you can tell. I mean, this is probably like a notepad application on a computer. And everyone, as they learn it, they write it down. And, you know, if you've ever played the game of telephone as a child, little things might change from one text to another. But for the most part, I believe it pretty much almost.
He just compared the difference in a gang oath to us playing an innocent game of telephone. That's an innocent game of telephone. He just compared, if we see any differences in this gang oath, that's why.
Okay, going to the next message on October 24th.
Can we affirm?
Hey, I'm inclined to believe. If anything game is okay, they have a sidebar.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stuff.
I will acknowledge the fact that Melly, whoever had 9807, I'm just going to say it's Melly. Melly knew who he was texting. But did he really know who he was texting? Because this man, I mean, I just can't see him incriminating himself the way, both of them, The way they're incriminating themselves via text.
Doubt, Councilor Manhall, the
He sent a whole damn oath through text.
defendant and the witness is on the stand. Yes, Counsel, now your objection is, was previously stated as you're objecting to this witness testifying wearing a mask. Based upon his testimony, I overruled the objection, and now you're suggesting you want to revisit that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and tell me, make your argument.
May I inquire from the witness?
Sure.
Sir, are you aware that your picture along with your family is on the internet as we sit here today?
Nope.
May I approach?
Wait!
Same thing you showed Counsel Seibel?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Y'all, I didn't know this came out during the trial. I didn't know. Oh my God.
I'll show you what, this is a picture of mask. That is you and your family.
Yes, sir.
And that's on your wife's Cash App. Which is available to anyone who runs that. Because we just ran it this morning.
I guess so. I did my best to keep things clean. I guess I missed that one.
We would object to him continuing to testify with his mask on based upon that as public record.
Yeah, this is nothing that this witness put on. It was something that was done by a family member that he was unaware of. So based on that, and his testimony is still truthful and accurate as to what he has done to protect his identity on that. So based on that particular item, I don't think that rises to that level.
Thank you. All right. Detective, can you step down for a second? Just wait outside.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I have a request.
Yes.
Can I briefly call my wife and make sure that she scrubs
No,
everything
stop it,
that I might have
Danny.
missed?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Now let me just say this. Danny is putting on as well. Danny is Cash App's mama this morning because he know good and damn well if you stepping outside, you can pick up that phone. Well, maybe he did right to X, but anyway, the jury's not in there, so okay, we're gonna leave him alone. But oh, yeah, I didn't know it was during the trial. Like I didn't know that the man is on the stand and his picture is floating. Y'all know what it's giving? Do y'all remember when Gate the picture was floating around? Oh, that's exactly what it's giving. They're trying to hide him, and boom, here it goes the person.
And judges have to send something not to preserve that because that is something that is got out. There would be concerns for the safety of the witness on that.
Here's the thing that we need to address right now. I know a lot of you guys have seen Meet the Parents. Okay? Baby, that whole family was carrying on that lie that the father was a florist. The entire family, because they understood what would happen if it got out he worked for the CIA. Okay? Have we not seen movies like Taken where they don't really talk about where they work? You know? Oh, my dad's a cab driver. Whole time your daddy works for the CIA and goes on special missions. You mean to tell me Danny Polo didn't tell his wife that his identity shouldn't be anywhere? She went and put a family picture on her damn Cash App. Cash App is for a single user. That's first of all. I have never seen a person on Cash App with pictures of them and someone else. Couples may do it. I don't know. I don't recall a Cash App that has a picture of more than one person on it. It's for a single person. You mean your wife didn't know the severity of keeping your identity a secret? He's lying.
It's already been seen by the court and be described as such. To preserve it or anything else on that could lead to safety issues for this witness would be very troubling.
We have no problem with that.
No.
So that's agreed. All right. So, like the witnesses finds out from his spouse. I guess my concern is,
I remember.
It's always something we're trying to balance things. The news crew has a right to be here and film what's going on in the courtroom. The defendant has a right of confrontation. Typically, it's face-to-face, but it's not hard and fast. The witness indicates there's stress on his life, and he's worried about his security of his family. And it's a balancing of all those things. So I don't know where this came from or how it was obtained. I don't know how you got a hold of the picture in the first place. You're saying it's on a Cash App?
So yeah, all you have to do, her phone number is listed, and when you put her in Cash App, the picture comes up.
The Cash App is what?
So Cash App is similar to Zelle, Venmo. So if I want to send you money, or better yet, if you want to send me money, you have a Cash App. You send it to either my phone number or to my email, whatever I have set up. And most people do have pictures there. It is open to the public. Cash App is not one of, with Venmo, you can actually make things private. Cash App does not. So everything you do on Cash App is in the public domain.
Yeah, it seems a little concerning and troubling if they'd be looking at the witness's wife and family with the intent to cause them some sort of harm or to intimidate them in any way.
Well, I resent that, first of all. We have a right to confront the accuser. They made a representation. It turns out to be incorrect. So, quite candidly, I resent any implication that we're trying to put anyone in danger. Quite to the contrary.
Now, you'll be in recess. When you want to step out, find out, if he's able to find out the information to be in recess. Need a restroom break, Mr.?
And while we're in recess, y'all know I was trying to search it up. But happy birthday, Ebony. I know you're not in here. If you did say it was your birthday, I must have missed it. But happy birthday, Ebony. I hope you have an amazing day today. I hope those little babies give you a little break. Just a little break today. Happy birthday. I hope you enjoy your day. They're talking. I think you may be talking about some Jack person. I don't know his page, but I've heard them talk about him before. Okay, y'all. I kind of want to see what Jesse's gonna say, y'all. Hold up. Well, Jesse talking about a lot. I'll come back and watch
The news crew has a right to be here and film what's going on in the courtroom. The defendant has a right of confrontation. Typically, it's face-to-face.
it was the 16th.
It's not hard and fast. The witness indicates there's stress on his life, and he's worried about his security of his family. And it's balancing of all those things. So I don't know where this came from or how it was obtained. I don't know how you got a hold of the picture in the first place. You're saying it's on a Cash App?
So yeah, all you have to do, her phone number is listed, and when you put her in Cash App, the picture comes up.
Okay, that's all. See if the judge says anything. Go here. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying not to skip.
Violence they had to commit.
Can I see you?
So,
From last.
Yeah, so maybe
come up with codes, code words. Some organizations and art games have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically.
no.
Can I see you for a second? We're gonna recess for a minute. Can I see you? Camera crew? Jason?
Nay, during the trial, they had Danny Polo's picture floating around the internet. And they're trying to say Raven Liberty had something to do with it. I think you may remember a while ago we looked at
Do
this.
podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to
18.
shine book. Assign yourself as your
G-Shine oath and the slight differences between them. The next message on October 24th of
2 days
2018
before the murder.
discusses coming up with a handle. What is a handle?
it's like a nickname, a moniker, something that you would assign yourself as your gang name, kind of like your Instagram handle or your Cash App handle.
Yeah.
And then is that put in again and responded as that definition for what a handle is on October 24th of 2018?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right there. Then the books would be referring to the G-Shine book, the book of membership.
Okay. Going to October 26th of 2018 on this, there is a message from Gino to the 9807 phone number. What does it say?
Asking if he's good. So, bro, you good?
Okay. Continuing on, the next message from Gino to the 9807 phone number.
In this message, Gino states, we here for you, bro. Just let us know what you need.
Okay. And in terms of the time frame on this case, are you aware of when the homicides occurred?
Yeah, I believe these messages were sent after the homicide.
Okay. So going on to October 27th of 2018.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
Still on page 32. The last message on that. If you could read that one aloud.
I went through what you're going through. It hurts, but it's like when you go into the next level, the people you love die. It's so that they can protect you better from the sky.
Okay. In terms of additional messages in this, and I'm going to go forward now to page 35. There's again a reference to homies. Is that something that's commonly associated with blood or G-Shine members?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people just say that's my homie or something, but in the gang world, your big homie is the person that brought you in. The homies would be people within your organization. Different ways to reference that.
Okay, going forward now to page 38. There is a message 920-445-5126. Do you see that particular message? And who is that identified?
The Godfather
Okay.
is referencing the GF.
And so then again, to put that next to what's been previously emitted as State 69, 920-445-5126. Are those the same phone numbers?
Yeah, that's the phone number for Keith Stevens. They call him Stretch.
And could you explain where Gino would fall in the lineup under Stretch?
He's below Stretch.
Okay.
They're referring to Stretch as the Godfather, so he would be one step below the Godfather head, the person that reports straight to the council in New York, the UBN,
Okay.
United Blood Nation Council.
And then if you could explain November 28th, 2018, the message that's sent from the 9807 phone number.
The 9807 number messages him, tell him that's my calling from the 772 number. So he's explaining to tell the Godfather that he's going to be the one calling from the 772 number.
And that's the area code that the 9807 phone number starts with?
Yes, 772-713-9807.
Okay. In terms of the response, and then from the 9807 again, that LMAO beloved, and then why is it significant to have the 5 instead of an S in rise?
So I don't recall if we went over it during the description of the United Blood Nation and the Bloods. So a quick breakdown would be the United Blood Nation is the East Coast faction of the Bloods. As I stated before, they were started in California on the West Coast. The East Coast, they began what's called the UBN. The UBN fell under another alliance called People Nation. And the People Nation, they came up with sign symbols and things to separate them from Folk Nation, which was an alliance of other gangs like Crips, GDs, and many other, right? So one of the signs and symbols of People Nation and the Bloods, since they try to keep these signs and symbols kind of the same, so that you don't have one group with the number 5 and the other group with the number 4 and the other group with the number 6. They all align under the 5, right? So the number 5 is significant to them. That's why they throw up the 5-point star, 5-point crown. A lot of things they use have the number 5 in it. So they'll sometimes replace, like when they replace C's with B's or X's, they'll use the number 5 to show their allegiance to the UBN and to People Nation.
So I'm going to go to December 2nd of 2018. There is a image that's here, and I'm going to have to switch over to the digital version.
What page?
This is on page 39.
Malik, I guess my issue is there was this whole thing that he committed this murder for money. If he committed the murder for money, why are we so focused on this gang aspect? Unless you can show me text messages where the gang is saying those two gotta go, then what are we doing here? And again, why am I seeing messages from people and I don't see those people on the stand? I need somebody to come in and confirm that you were texting Melly and this is what was going on. And where does it fit into the story? Yeah, Zach, Zach, I was going to say that the whole gang issue, you don't need this gang piece for them to get the death penalty. Because think of all the people that got the death penalty and had no gang aspect to their murders, to the murders that they committed. I just think Christine needs him to look like a gang-banging rapper. She needs this young man to look like a gang-banging rapper on that stand. And then let's go here too. If you're on the jury, are you afraid of a 5'8", 120-pound rapper? Or are you going to be afraid of a 5'8", 120-pound rapper with the backing of a gang? It makes a difference. I do think adding the gang aspect, it makes a difference, right? It makes a difference when you say that this man in front of you, he's a gang banger. Like, that makes a difference. Mm-hmm. Zach, we'll find it out. I'm gonna look as well. Might have to text a lawyer. I'll text some lawyers and see. I wish there was some on the stream today, but we'll text this me. Okay, here we go. Bad is saying it's only an enhanced.
Okay, in
I have
this
to look at the law.
particular
I need to
image,
understand it.
were you able to identify the co-defendant, Cortland Henry?
Yes.
And where is he looking in that one photo?
Can I stand up, Your Honor?
You can stand up.
Let me see if I can get something to point with, Your Honor. So
It's not touchscreen, right? This time.
that's not, so.
I gotta read this off the screen. It's a lot to read regarding this law. I'll just read it and do a video or something. It's a lot to read. I hope she start pointing out Tall and Stretch and Gino. Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and give you a wireless mouse.
Right now, I do think it's a lot that goes on in this case.
It doesn't really work on this screen particularly well, but if you could come around this side, stay that direction, please. And if you could point to Cortland Henry. Okay, so it's not working on that screen on that, so just if you keep your back. Okay. Okay, do you see the individual identified as Jamell Demons in this picture?
Subject right there.
Okay.
G-Shine.
The other individuals that are in this photo, were you able to identify them?
Yes.
And who are they?
This is Jamon Mitchell, who was in the email chain, sent through the YNW Melly booking Gmail account. This is Jaquan Burton, Q-Shine, or Perk, as saved on the phone. This is Derek Dixon, aka Gino, saved on the 987 phone number.
And the hand signs and symbols that are being shown, what are they indicative of?
So this hand sign right here, that's a big B for blood. This right here is G-Shine, same hand sign that Melly or Mr. Demons is throwing up. Same hand sign he puts on his music albums and commonly uses. It's a specific hand sign just to G-Shine to the Gangster Killer Bloods. Well, this is a universal hand sign for Bloods. This is universal hand sign for Bloods. This is specific to Gangster Killer Bloods.
Okay, so I'm going to go and scroll down further on that same page, saying 39. Receive.
Thank you.
So going down here on December 12th of 2018, there's a message from, again, the Gino to the 9807 phone number. If you could read that message aloud.
Are you a Ruru? I was thinking you should drop a few chains and give them to the gang. That'll show people who you connected with. It's not mandatory, just a thought.
Okay.
The hell?
The response.
Not
Yeah,
everybody,
Gino
of
lost.
course.
Gino done lost.
Is there a dues or tithing that's required as for membership in a criminal gang?
Yeah, as described in the oath and many times throughout the Bible, it's not about the individual, it's about the collective. The mere fact that he wasn't even communicating with Gino and with his lineup enough, that was enough for them to say, you're not doing enough for us. And now, to step further, we need to be brought to these shows, and you should buy some jewelry, because that jewelry's not cheap.
Okay, so then the next message from December 12th says you're in the position to be a young Don. What is a young Don?
Higher up, captain.
Okay. Is that one of the ranks?
They didn't reference that name as a as in their Bible as what they call their ranks. So I think it's just like a term related to the mafia, Don.
Okay. And the response from the 9807 phone number is?
Let's do it.
Okay. Then Gino continues on in the next message on 12/12/2018, still on page 40. In that message that's up there, is there other terms and things that you see that would be indicative of G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods?
Yes, so I'll read it and then I'll go through it. Bet that, Ascari, but seriously, I want you to really think about the power you possess, little brother. I'm just here to show you how to use it. So the first thing is Gino is addressing the 9807 number as Ascari, which is rank. It's not like saying blood or homie or any of the other, or Herc or twin. He's specifically calling him Ascari. It would be like calling him general if he was in one of the first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor general spots, or Godfather, something to that effect. He's saying Ascari, you are an Ascari. And we know that based off of his email where he has a document that says you have now ascended to the position of Ascari. So this reaffirms that. And then Gino explains, I want you to think about the power you possess. And that power comes from, in my opinion, from what I've read through all these messages, the power is money. Money is power in a game. And not only is money power, but fear and intimidation.
Objection.
Polo.
Okay, so going on.
Strike.
Now, Polo just up there freestyling at this point. I would have respected it more if he said, when he's talking about the power he possesses, he's talking about the fact that he's a well-known rapper with our protection or something to that effect. He just went too far just then.
Period. Disregard the last comment. Stricken.
Moving on to the next page, 42, at the very top. If you could read that message aloud.
Once the family gets a real glimpse of how you rock with me, it's all access granted. Be like a young Nicky Scarfo.
Who is Nicky Scarfo?
Philly mob boss. Very powerful mafia boss in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Gino.
So then there's other messages, December 23rd, 2018, where Gino is asking for something. Can you read that one aloud, please?
The things I ask you to do don't even cost money. Shake my head. SMH.
Okay. With response, then December 23rd, there's a message about at 8:18 a.m. If you could read that one.
No more shows for you and that N-word.
Okay.
Track being his manager. Mr. Demons' manager. Okay. I'm putting bubblegum in his hair, yin yang twin looking ass.
Okay. The next request, if you could read that one aloud.
The Godfather wants to know if we can be an R&B group.
Baby, he
Is
got
there
his
anything
number.
based on your
He
training
give
and
it group.
experience that you can say about that particular message?
In these organizations, the higher ups usually call shots, although the guys on the bottom of the totem pole might be doing their own thing, either, whatever hustle they decide to choose. They have some autonomy, but at a certain point, if you get directions from your higher ups, you kind of have to start listening to them. You wouldn't just be able to act reckless and do whatever you want. So you would get some kind of direction, especially if it's for the benefit of the organization and benefit of the game.
Okay, moving on from page 43 on to 44.
Oh my God.
At 12:26, the Rue, I need to skyline with you. What does that mean?
I need to talk to you, I need to meet up with you.
Okay. And then the next message, 44. The next message on page 44.
This is getting worse though,
I'm
okay?
here to help you, but I refuse to not be helped back. Takes the seat out. In all actuality, you don't fuck with me or with the set. I'm beefing with N-words in Florida, and I don't even know. Shake my head. Why are you even around?
And if you can remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean to be false flagging?
False flagging is claiming something that you're not. So saying you're blood when you're not
What's
blood.
I've been focusing on
Saying
my
you're
house.
blood and you are blood and you're just not acting like a blood. And holding to
He
your
ain't
values.
trying to be out there like that.
Your oath as a blood.
Okay, going to page 47 at the very bottom. What is being asked of the 9807 number at this point?
Post me for my belated birthday, Herc. I'm only asking because I got hella hoes last time you posted me. He's asking the 9807 number to post him on social media because females.
This ain't no game.
He's clout chasing.
Okay. And can you explain what clout chasing is?
Trying to get popular, famous, get a lot of views.
That's what it's giving Malik.
Become famous using social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, any platform, TikTok, Twitch. These gang members are on all these platforms. Regular people are on all these platforms. Everyone's, like I said, the era of social media. Everyone's trying to make money on social media. And he's trying to.
We're trying to be a freaking group.
Okay, so on January 26th, 2019, there's another message that has some unfamiliar words. If you could read that and translate it.
On another note, one of them, Pyru N-words, reached out to me saying something about some for shit.
And could you explain what Pyru is?
Pyru, I discussed that when we were talking about the original West Coast Bloods, the Pyru Boys, Pyru Street Boys. They were a gang that originated in the West Coast. Now there's East Coast Pyrus. And Pyrus are a different set of Bloods. They don't fall under G-Shine. G-Shine is its own thing. They don't fall under the UBN. They're their own thing. Pyrus are West Coast Bloods, and there's a big difference between West Coast Bloods and East Coast Bloods. They don't respect each other. Might work with each other sometimes, show a little reverence towards each other because they're all blood. But as of right now, I know for sure there is a disconnect between West Coast Bloods and East Coast Bloods. And there's not much respect.
Okay, going on January 27th of 2019, still on page 48 at the bottom, what messages is Gino sending to the 9807 phone number?
The top message at the bottom, you said?
Start with the top one?
Top one, okay. It was quite a lot, accusing you of something that you're punishable by death, also stating that Shine Family is nothing more than a chess game in the palm of little Four's hand. I myself found that I'm using the reach of the G-Shine hand is far-reaching, but being that you are really Shine, that's something you are not going to have to witness. For mothers and kids are not off limits when disrespecting Shine in all capitals.
Okay, in terms of the little Four's hand, what is that?
He's talking about Pyrus.
Is that the 4s and the 5s you were explaining earlier?
Yeah, it might. That's probably specific to that Pyru set. It could be what's like certain, say like there's like a set of rolling.
Where am I posted?
Like 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. So these Pyrus, it's apparent from messages. These Pyrus, it's apparent from messages. 40s, 50s, whatever. So,
do y'all see this message? Where my posted Herc? Just tell me you don't want to do it. I'm still gonna love you. Or how about you not sit here and beg for a post? What is even you gonna let a nigga win your big brother money? What?
So these Pyrus, it's apparent from messages.
Exhausting.
Something about their set aligns with another 4. It's probably a street.
Okay. So going on to page 50, January 27th, 2019, the first message to the 9807 phone number from the Gino contact.
Yes, Siobhan.
What does that say?
Stretch got a date set up.
It seems like Melly thought he could join this gang, right? and I'm going to rep the set or whatever gang members do. He did not sign up for this man to be bugging him all damn day and every day. And this man seems happy to have someone like Melly under him, right? And he wants all of the things that come with being connected to Melly. He wants the fame, he wants the money, he wants the hoes. He wants everything everything that Melly can get. Whatever I can get just standing beside him, baby, I'm cool. I'm good. Y'all remember the Bible? If I can just touch him, right? If I can just touch him, everything gonna be good. And that's what it seemed like this man wanted, to just be associated. Post me for my birthday. Last time you did, I got hella hoes. How old are you and what's going on in your life? Like, just post me. And then come back. Dang, bro, you ain't gonna post me. If you don't want to do it, it's cool. I'm still gonna love you if you don't want to do it. But can you post me though?
For us to pull up so we can have a face-to-face, whoever don't show, getting kicked out the whip.
What is the whip?
The whip is the lineup. That's one of the things they call it. It's either called a whip, a lineup.
Here I am,
in the Bible, they call it the temple or districts. The whip would be specific here in this message because it's Stretch calling it would be specific to the G-Shine set that the 9807 number belongs to.
Okay.
Yeah,
So going on to page 51. Is there another reference to those chains that we just previously talked about?
That man said, what happened with the chains? He never said he was getting chains. He said, well, I don't know. We're not seeing all the messages. But from what I saw, he said, you don't have to do it. It's cool if you don't do it. He said, what happened with the chains? I was trying to see if we could see that message she skipped over.
Is there another reference to those chains?
Never mind.
Talked about?
Yeah, they continue to ask. He said, what happens with the chains?
And the response from the 9807 on page 52 as to the chains.
All that's coming. The C is replaced with K. Big
I'm
bro.
only one man.
Be patient. I'm fresh out. I'm going to have everything handled. Ain't seen my mama yet. I'm only one man.
Exactly. Wait a minute.
So going back to...
He said, I believe you, bro. What about my post? Somebody bet me 100. Should I go ahead and pay him? Why are you betting that you know YNW Melly? Why are you out here gossiping? I just didn't know gangs operate like this. What I believe you. What about my post? Somebody bet me 100. Should I just go ahead and pay them? Why not? Then he comes back. Why not just say, no, bro? I can't, bro. We brothers. Fucking weirdo. You're this mad about a post on his social media. This is like... Nicole.
So
I'll pay you back.
Going back to on to page 53. The message from the Gmail.
I can't take it anymore. You want me to believe? Where is Bad? Because Bad, didn't you say extortion? You said extortion. That man said, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you 15 back. You're the same man that just bet somebody $100 that another man wouldn't post you on their page. What are we doing? I need to borrow 10 bands. Y'all, this is January 29th. They just met. They started the text messages around September, October. November, December, January. We're about 4 months into knowing each other, and you asked me for 10,000. It's giving. This man thought he was gonna little boy Melly consistently use him and ask him for stuff. You want chains. Now you need to borrow 10,000. You need me to post on my page. You need me to tell you when my shows are so you can come to my shows. See, that's what it's giving. First of all, sir, the way you on my line, I know you don't have anything going on. I give you 10 bands, I'm not getting any of it back. And how you gonna ensure I'm gonna get 15 back? No, I would not have given him shit. Oh God. This working my nerve.
Reads what?
Hey, for real though, I need to borrow 10 bands. I'll give you 15 back.
And the next line?
If I don't pay you back, you can have my stain and my life.
What is a band?
Bands? $10,000 or $1,000.
Okay.
One band is $1,000. 10 bands, $10,000.
Okay. And the next line about having stain, what does that refer to?
That's a slang term used for for their like the rank. It's like if you say I'm going to give you my stain, I'm giving you my rank. He's saying if I don't pay you back, you can have my rank. So obviously, the person speaking to the 9807 number is above an Ascari, which we determine the 9807 number is being spoken to as he's an Ascari.
Okay. Going to January 31st of 2019 on page 55. Does Gino at this relate his life story to the 9807 phone number?
Yes.
Okay. There's also an attachment of some sort of song on that.
Oh Lord, Gino
Yes,
sending songs now.
Gino was an aspiring rapper as well. Sends the 9807 number sends a song to that 9807 number. At some point, Gino changes his Instagram handle to YNW Gino Shine instead of Gino Shine. YNW being the YNW collective.
You signed me.
Was a part of.
Okay, going on to February.
What page was this? I'm sorry.
That was 55, moving on to 56. At the top of page 56, there is a message. If you could read that and then translate it, please.
I believe that you are a man of your word, the Godfather behind the wall. So the Godfather in prison, not the Godfather on the outside, which is stretch. Godfather behind the wall is trying to put you on a plate, saying you use and shine for your image. So I told him that's a dub. You're signing me in March, and I hope for our sake you're not flagging at this point. It's critical. So he is giving a warning / threat that if, first off, the Godfather behind the wall, the Godfather in prison, so one of the more powerful ranks, he's thinking about putting the 9807 number on the plate, which, if you guys recall, that means he's going to be labeled for death. That means if any other blood member sees him, doesn't matter what rank or set, they're to kill this person. And then the accusation is that the 9807 number is using Shine for their own personal image and not for the collective, which has been a topic on this several times. Then Gino responds, or continues and says that he vouched for him basically and told the Godfather that he's not just using G-Shine for his self-image because the 9807 number has promised to sign Gino. And he says, I hope you're not flagging, I hope you're not lying, because it's critical at this point. Because once the Godfather's thinking about putting you on the plate, making you food, green-lighting you, whatever you want to call it, there's no going back from that.
Okay. In terms of at the end of this page, there's this last message, February 10th of 2019. And so the names in this, Kodak, do you know who they're referring to?
Probably Kodak Black.
Okay.
Rapper.
And Boosie?
Boosie's another rapper.
Okay. And Quando? Sorry.
Quando's He's I assume a rapper. He's saying he's going to sign him.
Okay, so is this something that G-Shine is involved in as part of their regular business in the music industry?
Most gangs try to get rappers in their organization for the money and clout, and it just helps with their image. It helps promote the game.
So moving on to the conversation with the contact that's labeled PERP ending in 1322. If you could, you said this Q-Shine? Have you identified Q-Shine in that photo previously?
Yeah, Jaquan Burton, the tall, he was a tall male in the red outfit. He was also throwing up the G-Shine hand sign.
She went and got her nails done, y'all.
And so these messages start on page 58 for defense counsel, going on to 59. I want to go down here to the messages from the 9807 number to this new contact PERP on September 13th of 2018, the one in the middle. If you could just read that out loud.
Nah, me and Bra fought well. I fought young boy. He fought my brother Sack.
Okay. Moving on to the next message here. You had mentioned the term crab before. If you could remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does that mean?
Crab's a derogatory term for anyone who falls under the Crip gang.
Okay. And so if you could read the September 13th, 2000.
My only issue here is Melly barely responds to Gino. Why would people, well, this is somebody named Herc now. This is a different number. I'm sorry, y'all. This is somebody named Herc.
2018, 10:07 p.m. message.
It's September.
He said he gonna kill us Shine N-words when he catch us. Well, me and you, LOL. I told that crab ass N-word, if he touch any of my hercs, it's over for him. So he's if you notice, he crosses out most of the C's, but not all of them. Yeah, most of the C's. He puts a CK, Crip Killer. So that's the only time you'll see a C, unless they just forget to cross it out like in catch. When they put CK, that's something that is typically graffiti. CK, Crip Killer. When they'll do that on the roads where the Crips are predominant.
Okay, and then going on to page 60. This particular message at the top, actually the second one down, on September 14th of 2018. If you could read that one aloud.
Say, bro, Wade, you want to meet up tomorrow before the show with a 5?
And the response from the 9807 number?
Slap, hurt.
Is there anything particular about those two terms?
Well, herc is that same term of endearment, basically, that's used between members of G-Shine, and slap is a common blood, kind of like a calling or saying. They say slap, they say a couple other things. That's one of them.
Okay. And in terms of continuing through page 61.
Show me what he said. Sound like
what
he
are the
like Gino.
discussions
I don't mean to keep hitting you.
About this particular venue? If you could read that one aloud.
Yeah. Y001, I don't mean to keep hitting you up, bro, but what time do you want me to come to see up there? I don't know the place or time it starts. Also took out the C on place.
Okay, and then the responses are...
I'm getting ready now, or most likely around 1 a.m.
Okay. And then the questions that are sent back.
Where is it located? Again, with the CK.
Sure, this is too much.
Okay. And then it talks about the venue.
Yeah, he's asking about a venue. Where are they going to be? Where's the location at?
Okay. Going on to September 15th, what is this message saying?
Subject, Herc or Jaquan Burton. says, but I got them sticks with me, so you know we're going to be 050. We're going to be good.
And what are sticks? Did you determine that in your training and experience?
Sticks are rifles and rifles or shotguns, any long gun, other than something that's not a handgun.
Okay, so continuing on September 15th, some of the responses from the 9807 number.
9807 number responds, yes, sir. Always us, Herc. He uses the 5s instead of the S's. Like I said, the S's, the reason they replace S's for 5s is because Crips, derogatory term for blood, is a slob. Slob starts with an S. So to avoid using S's, I'll put some 5s in there. And then he says, no problem, got to look out for my Shine brothers. It's one of the 8 rules. And he references back to the G-Shine rules.
Okay. In terms of the location and the address that's on there, have you searched the phone for the location address on this particular incident on September 15th?
I did at the time, but I can't recall right now.
Was it consistent, or I wouldn't say consistent, but was it also in the Jacksonville area as reflected in the message above?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. And that was on page 64 for defense counsel. Going on to page 66, September 16th of 2018. What message is coming in from the individual labeled as Herc?
That same G-Shine saying, I shine, you shine, we shine, G-Shine. What's your email so I can low-ride you the knowledge, low-ride you, send you, communicate with you the knowledge being the Bibles, the books of knowledge.
I believe I stand corrected. That man said, what's your email so I can send you this knowledge? And from this 9807, they gave YNW Melly booking. God damn it.
Okay, and on September 16th of 2018, what email address does the 9807 send out as the email address to send it to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com. The same email that G-Shine books of knowledge were recovered from.
How would he get that email?
I want to go to now page 68. And this is going to have to switch over to the digital version again. On September 21st, 2018, at 12:06 a.m., what is the email address that is sent?
BurtonJaquan at gmail.com.
What page are we in? You're losing.
Well,
My apologies, Mr. Howard.
I'm sorry.
We are on, I believe, 66. 68 now. Okay, so to go back to the digital version, to go to page 68, so pull up that photo. Who is identified in this picture?
Mr. Demons throwing up the gangster killer blood hand sign. The other subject is, I recall it's Jaquan Burton, and he's throwing up the same gangster killer blood hand sign.
Okay. And if you could identify them by an article of clothing as to who is who.
You're right, they're both doing the same hand sign. Mr. Demons is wearing the colorful trench coat, and Mr. Burton is wearing the white t-shirt, black pants with the Swisher Sweets in his pocket, and the red bandana poking out the right.
So we can zoom in on that. This is the red bandana you're talking about? I just Swisher Sweets?
Mm-hmm. Usually in the back pocket.
Okay. Continuing now on page 68, then on to page 69. There's again that same number for the Godfather. that we previously discussed.
It's a different number.
And is there other instances in which,
That's the number. Oh yeah, it's a different number altogether.
are there other instances in which it says the Godfather's working more than one phone?
Well, right here.
I'm sorry,
I apologize.
I didn't hear the,
He's talking about, I'm sorry.
The witness, whether there are other instances.
I
Not
just
related
say,
to what's-
rephrase your question.
We'll come back to that on that specific message. Okay. Going forward now, on September 27th, 2018.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to pause it here because it's 6:30 and I actually have to leave. I didn't even realize it was already 6:30. I'm going to pause it here. Tomorrow, we're going to continue day 8 with Danny Polo. And I'll update this so when people want to rewatch, they'll know it's day 7 and part of day 8 as well. But we will finish with Danny Polo. And I mean, I don't know what to say about the gang members. I think I'm at a loss for words. Bad told me I'm going to see messages from different gang members, so we are getting into the point where we see different gang members. I just still can't believe for the life of me why they would be texting this much and emailing each other all of this information. I am bad. It definitely feels like they were trying to extort him and thought, hey, we got him. He's this big rapper. He's going to take care of us. He's going to do what we tell him to do. It feels like that. It does. Yeah. It does feel like that. And Erica, congratulations again. I see you saying you appreciate us. We are so proud of you for just setting out a goal and accomplishing that goal. You really just motivated me. You really just motivated me. Look, Ebony, thank y'all for being here. There's no stream without each of you guys here. So shout out to all of my mods again. Thank you guys so much for liking the live. We're going to come back tomorrow for day 8. We'll be back tomorrow for day 8. I don't even know what my TikTok videos will be today because I don't understand gang culture like that. I can only use my training that I've gotten from like Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood. Could we use what's that movie with the white boy? B-Rad. I don't know if I could even use that. YSL Rico trial. I can only use my experience from those things, but this just does not seem like it was smart. Okay? It doesn't seem like none of what I've seen seems smart. Okay? Gibson girl. Yes. None of what I have seen seems smart. Like if I had a gang, I just wouldn't do all of this. You know? I just wouldn't do all of this. But thank you guys so much for watching with me. I'll be back in the morning and we'll be starting on day 8. After tomorrow, guys, we only have about 10 days left. We only have 10 days left. And hold on just a second. We only have 10 days left. And I need to go ahead so y'all can talk about me now. I will not be here Thursday or Friday. I planned on just not being here on Friday, but I won't be here Thursday either because I had to switch some stuff around in order for me to make this concert. Yes, y'all, I had to switch some stuff around in order to make, y'all know my baby missed the Beyonce concert. So when I tell y'all I have worked so hard to make this trip happen for my baby. So, Zach, can you send it to me on Instagram? No, not Disney. We're not even doing Disney, girl, because we're doing Beyonce. We're going to Orlando, but I can't do Disney the way I want to do Disney because of this like random Beyonce trip that we're going to. So Thursday, I thought I was going to be able to stream early in the day, but I can't. So I'll be in Vegas on Thursday and Friday, and I'll be back on Saturday. But so I can't stream. So y'all go ahead, curse me out now. but I'll make it up to you guys. But yeah. Ronnie said you get to take days off. Listen, I know, Ronnie, but I hate. We're in the middle of the trial, so I really hate. Plus, I'm going to next week I'll be in Florida. It's just, I just don't like it, right? In my trip, it wasn't supposed to break up like this. Erica, I'm going to pack my outfit up this time. I'm going to make sure I have everything this time. I won't leave anything. But I'll see you guys later. But I did want to make sure I let you guys know that Wednesday will be my last day streaming for a little bit. And then I'll be back. But bye everybody. I'll see y'all later.